Guys, I don't know what happened, but my computer just like randomly crashed on me. So I don't know. I'm just going to have to put a. I'll be right back, real quick. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. Alright, so what we're gonna do is, well, we're gonna simulate this, okay? That's what we're gonna do. So we are getting ready to do our simulations, okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So what is it that we're measuring? Okay, we're measuring zeta. Okay, zeta is equal to 1/2, which is the midpoint of nonpartisan time plus Democrat time minus Republican time. Okay, that's zeta. And all we want to know is the average zeta from here to here. Okay? And here we're going to measure from time equals 0.1 to 0.8. Okay? Okay? Hence. Since we are redoing little simulation, we're going to calculate the sigma value from time equals 0.2 to time equals 0.7. Okay, so we went from 3. Okay, we're going to do 0.15. We're going to do 0.15. Oh, did we want to go to 75? The time equals 0.75. In the same manner, we measured from 0.3 to 0.9 in Clark County. Okay. All right, that's what I'm doing. So I'm going from 0.15 to 0.75. You can see why. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do then is say calculate zeta. Okay. So we're going from ballot number 8458, which is from ballot number 8498 Oh, 8458. 8458. 8458 to ballot. To mail-in ballot. Number 42288. 42288. Out of a total of 56348. Okay. The range chosen from 0.15 to 0. The continuous range chosen is the same length as was chosen for Clark County, from 0.3 to 0.9. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this, and let's find out. So ballot number, average Q2, so we're going to write 8459. We have to add one more, okay, because there's an extra row number. Then this is going to be from Q42289, okay. So I have 0.006. Okay, now let's take this column. Let's bring it over to mail-in here. Okay. 4.7842. Let's just do this. So this is omega, okay? Okay, so now I have this number here. Continuous range, okay, whatever. Do this. We will, again, be measuring the average value of psi insert equation of psi sub k equals 1/2 alpha sub k plus beta sub k minus gamma sub k. Omega W, which is the average value of eight, 4, 5, 8 less than or equal to k less than or equal to 4, for 42288. Is that correct? 42288? Yes, 42288 for each Wth simulation. Okay. The average value, the mean value and standard deviation. We shall carry out 4,096 simulations, unless, of course, there is no need to do so, based on the first 1,024 simulations. Okay. Which is very unlikely. So, let's go ahead and do that. I have this value ready right here. Okay, I can see it. The actual, the reported value, the value of omega in the actual data, or the actual data is okay. Now let's go ahead and see what happens here. So let's go plug this in. Bum 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 ba da ba ba bum 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 ba 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 da bum ba da bum 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 ba ba da ba dum bum 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 ba da bum ba da bum 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 ba da da ba da ba bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba 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 yeah ba ba da ba 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 bum ba bum bum ba da ba da bum yeah ba ba da bum 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 yeah bum ba yeah ba bum 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 bum. Bum ba da da dum yum bum 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 ba bum 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 yum bum 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 bum. Oh boy. So I have this set up to do 64 at a time. Um, as you can see, it's pretty exhausting on the computer because when you do it at a precinct level, it has to keep running offset functions to the precinct values. We're going to turn off this for a moment, okay? Because what I need to do now is make another sheet that just compiles all these results. Alright, let's put on the news while I do this, because it's going to take a while. Yeah.
Like how woman can now mean, you know,
whatever you want it to mean.
Penised man.
Well, Jack Posobiec nailed it with his question. He says, if it's good to be, if DEI is good, why do they get offended when you say this person was a DEI hire?
Perfect way to say it.
And they're like, how dare you? It's like, what's offensive about it?
Because the Biden
Don't you want DEI?
Right, the Biden campaign was like looking for an accolade when they were like, look at our list of diverse women candidates. They thought that this was going to get them a gold star. Apparently, it's a bad move.
Going back to the crickets thing, do you guys remember the cicadas?
Of
course. And there was a restaurant, I think it was in the D.C. area, that was plucking them off the wall in the ground and frying them. And they were running commercials like cicada burgers and cicada tacos. And these hippy-dippy liberals were like, I'll try one. I'm cool. And they're eating it. And the health department came in and said, you cannot pick bugs off the ground and then serve them to people in your restaurant.
It's against the health code.
Right. And they were like, okay. And they had to stop. Yo, but people were buying. This is just, okay, my friends.
How did they know they were cicadas and not just giant cockroaches?
Look, this is what we're up against. Swaths of people that wanted to be with it so badly that they were going to a restaurant, or probably restaurants, that were literally serving them bugs from their backyard. And they were like, I'm cool. Look at me. I'm eating bugs from the floor.
Meanwhile, if you were not vaccinated just a few years ago and tried to go out to eat, they called you a grandma killer and complained that you were racist because you wouldn't get a vaccine.
I wonder what would happen if we started advocating for living in pods and eating bugs.
If we just were like, let's do this, would they be like, no, we're not doing that. Yeah. We don't want to do that.
No. If this show, Timcast IRL, turned into the Living in the Pod and Eating the Bugs show, we'd have 20 million subscribers in a month. We'd be on the front page of YouTube. They'd be like, Mr. Poole, we'd like you to collaborate with Mr. Beast. And I'd be like, I don't know about that guy after all that stuff. But they'd be like, we're gonna make your channel the biggest show in the world as long as you keep saying Live in the Pod and Eat the Bugs. Because this is true, actually. I'm kidding, but it's only half kidding. Because there was this woman started a new channel, and she made 2 videos, and she got like 3 million subscribers overnight because she was living in a van.
Oh, yeah, there's a big push for that, of people being like, I'm tricking out my van so I can live in it.
Van life has been huge for years.
Yeah.
Even I have one. Of course.
You have a van life van?
I have a, it's got solar power. It's got enough solar capacity that you could run all of the basic studio electronics indefinitely. So the amount that it charges throughout the day is greater than it consumes per day. So you can play video games, run the computer. It's a mobile production studio with a bed and a shower in it. So, you know, I own a house and a camper. I think that's fine.
Sure.
You know,
good.
but what they want is they want millennials, don't have kids, the environment, and you should move into a van with your significant other or go solo traveling and live in a van. Look how great it is. And then YouTube props up all of these videos telling people how great life is. They're like, when you live in the van, you have no bills. And I was like, and when you sleep under a bridge, you have no bills too.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd like to have a house, and I don't mind the bills. I like running water.
The whole idea of American excellence is going down the drain by the powers that be. But I still go back to say our Supreme Court justice could not define what a woman is. But now they are saying, and they can't say it in any of the House literature and in local law books, they're man, fireman, all this other stuff. But now they are going around shouting from the rooftops, Kamala is going to be the first woman president. Why do they have to identify her as a woman? I thought we couldn't do that anymore.
Because they're obsessed with identity, right?
Yeah,
that's all. I mean, I still have heard very few articulated policies from Kamala. I know she's kind of slow rolling them out, but what I hear more than anything else in the media is, you know, potentially first female black president. Did you know she was female? Did you know that she's, you know, from these cultures? Do you know she was a woman? Did you know she was a woman when she was an AG in California? Did you know she was a woman when she was VP? I mean, you hear this constantly, and I think that's sort of pathetic, right? Like, I didn't like it when people were doing it with speculating about Trump's VP picks, when they were like, no, he has to pick a woman. Otherwise, like, no, he doesn't have to pick a woman. I probably prefer if he didn't, but also, like, just pick someone who is good and who has strong policies.
Yeah, pick the best person for the job.
Right.
Check out the resume. Remember, like, the whole kick the tires thing? Hillary Clinton was big on that. Kamala Harris has had no tires kicked at any point. She couldn't make it in the primaries in 2020. She slept her way into into her job in the first place, and she hasn't. Nobody has voted for her. Not a single American has voted for her.
I think some folks around California have kicked the tires on Kamala Harris, maybe in a different way than you're suggesting, but I would just say...
Maybe a certain mayor did.
Yeah, maybe. That's for sure. But I would just say cautionary to my friends out there who hope for Donald Trump to win. There are so many other things to attack Kamala Harris on. Going back to her sexual exploits from 20 or 30 years ago, I think is a big mistake. I think it's going to tick off women. Because women don't like when people just stereotype that, oh, they must have got there by being hot or by being pretty.
Yeah,
So
but it's not stereotyping.
well, I think it hurts with undecided women, me personally. And by the way, we hate that they go back to 20 years ago with Stormy Daniels and this model that he was with, and he was at a party with a chick.
Well,
We hate when they talk about his exploits.
I don't think we hate when they talk about his exploits. I think we hate when they bring him up on federal charges for it. That's the issue. It's, when it's like the subject of a civil case with $450 million on the line, or when it's the other stuff. And I don't think, I would quibble with you just to say, I don't think there are any undecided women.
Oh.
I think there are very few undecided voters in this country at all.
I don't know that I care about Kamala's exploits. I'm more concerned about Project Special K. Have you heard of this?
What's this?
It's the secret special operation that Kamala's, going to have. Now, she literally has nothing to do with anyone who's ever made anything up about it, but I'm saying that because I'm in the media and that's what we do. And I hear that she's going to ban Zyn.
I heard that she's going to close all Chick-fil-A's across the U.S.
All of them, no Chick-fil-A.
And Marshalls and Home Goods.
Any effort to ban
and Stanley cups.
Yeah.
Yeah, gone.
They're
overnight.
gone.
Yeah, she's banning
Like
those.
them?
I thought she was going to require abortion.
Any effort to ban
It's
tobacco
required.
products is detrimental for me. You know what I mean? We can't have banning tobacco.
Well,
Yeah, so
For the environment.
you know that thing
For
that
me.
You know that one thing that Gen Z really likes? Yeah, gone, banned. Yeah, that's Kamala's special Project Special K, they call it. And she's gonna ban saying the word cap and Riz.
Oh, yeah. She
Not
hates
allowed
the word
anymore.
Riz. She's also going to ban all pop
no,
music,
Riz.
and also she's going to make school year-round.
And also,
this is-
Beyonce is going
Isn't
to
she
do the
the
national
brat?
anthem, and that's the only version that's going to be allowed.
This
is
is-
the Beyonce version.
It's funny because we're all laughing as we say these things, but that's what Project 2025 is. They're literally just going like, I heard Trump is gonna put liberals in camps. That's Project 2025.
Definitely.
That's what I heard. And it's like,
Definitely.
yeah, no,
You know what
no
he's
one's
going to do,
doing
Tim?
that.
He's going to put us in camps, just like he did 4 years ago. Remember when we were all in camps?
Donald Trump is
that?
going to, he's going
Search your
to,
brains for that memory.
Yeah, let's just all remember that.
Donald Trump is going to put everybody in campgrounds, if they choose to go, with the extra money they have from the great economy.
In their van life.
Explore
Yeah.
our
In their
national
vans.
parks.
In their new campers and RVs.
Marcus Lemonis will be happy about this segment. He owns Camping World. You know.
Oh, there you go.
He'll be selling those Winnebagos like mad.
But I love those commercials where it's like the American dream, owning a camper, and I was like, I didn't know that, but I own a camper too. You know, although everyone's glamping now, it's like you go to a campsite surrounded by a bunch of other people in trailers, and then you turn on your widescreen TV and air conditioning, and you're like, camping's fun. It's like that's not.
I saw this girl post like, was forced to go camping the first 18 years of my life. I hated every way. I turned 30 and had a small child and was like, well, maybe I should go camping again. It's something inherent. I think it's kind of fascinating. I think the hysteria around, like the general media hysteria this week, right? Because it's both Project 2025 is going to take away, I don't know, oxygen from the earth or something. Kamala Harris is the best thing that's ever walked the face of the planet, even though it's very questionable. Ask any incarcerated person in California. And also the attacks on JD Vance. Like, they are trying to make something happen, which is very funny considering Biden was just saying we all needed to call for unity. But it turns out he just wants conservatives to stop talking, and they don't want to talk about anything but how bad people who don't agree with them are.
Does Biden even know what's happening at this point? I mean, I'm open for
I don't
debate.
think so.
Is he
I think
really?
we're just sort of waiting. I think Biden's job right now is to blend far enough into the background that it looks like Kamala Harris is already the president.
Yep.
And
She's
then-
giving speeches in places
Yep.
vice presidents shouldn't give speeches.
Yeah.
Yep, she sure is. And she is just dropping herself into every scheduled aspect of the former Biden campaign.
14.15
That's why they're all
sigma.
pissy that Trump is like, no, I'm not going to do your stupid ABC debate on September 10th that I agreed to with somebody else.
Yeah.
You're not that other person. Why do you get any kind of, consolation prize of like just, whatever it is, getting me to come be on the schedule that was set with somebody else? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, she had a big test, yesterday, right? If she wanted to assume the role of the president, she should be meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel, but she blew him off.
Well, she didn't attend the hearing, but they said she met with him privately after Biden met with him. Like, they met separately with this guy who then went to Florida and met with Trump today. I think it's like...
It was a political move, but...
Yeah, no, totally. And, she's going to posture on that issue in every single direction. I think the next couple weeks, again, she's going to both try and cling to the Biden administration and in kind of victory, which none for me, but I guess for Democrats, maybe they think he did some things right. And then she's also going to say, but I'm better and he did bad things and I'm going to be better than that. It's going to be very weird, and you're going to see the liberal media back her up around every corner. It's going to not make sense, and they're going to be like, sounds good, Kamala, whatever you say.
Let's jump to this story from the Post-Millennial. Breaking: FBI confirms Trump was hit with a bullet during assassination attempt after Chris Wray told Congress it could have been shrapnel. Christopher Wray had suggested that Trump could have been hit by shrapnel, and this is written by Thomas Stevenson. So I'm going to complain about Thomas to Libby right now. Libby,
Yeah.
he was hit with a bullet?
What? Shot with a bullet?
Shot. Trump was shot in the head.
There's been policing speech this week.
I am policing speech.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I'm half kidding, but I do think it's the reason that...
I'm pretty sure that's not Tommy's headline, by the way.
Well, the reason why Ray said there's some question as to whether he was actually hit by a bullet or by shrapnel, it's because it's propaganda from Democrats and from people who hate Trump to diminish the fact that he literally got shot in the ear and nearly died. And so I'm saying counter with maximum efficiency. FBI confirms Trump was shot during assassination attempt after Chris Wray said it could have been shrapnel.
And he said it could have been glass. He said all kinds of things. And then everybody ran with it like crazy because they really wanted it to be not true that Trump was almost assassinated.
And then the FBI came out, Brett Baer, with a statement. What struck former President Trump in the ear was a bullet, whether whole or fragmented into smaller pieces, fired from the deceased subject's rifle. Fragmented? Why would it even be fragmented? But sure, Trump was shot.
He was shot, yes.
Yeah.
Right in his face.
He was...
I think it's such a all of our intelligence agencies are acting like such a joke right now, right? Like we know it was a bullet. We know that someone fired a gun at President Trump. He was shot in the ear, sustained a serious injury, was taken to a hospital. Like this is an established narrative to go to before Congress and be like, we don't know. Either you're terrible at your job or you're just lying.
Let's try this. We have a couple different versions of reality we can choose from. One is the Secret Service could not stop or identify an assassin, but regular people in the field screaming, he's got a gun, he's on the roof, could. So the Secret Service is less competent than random people standing about. And the head of the FBI, Wray, doesn't even know what Trump was hit by. So you can choose that reality of, wow, the government is less competent than random middle-aged individuals standing in the field, or you can choose they're intentionally lying and elements within our own government tried to kill Donald Trump.
What do you think?
Well,
I choose
actually,
B.
you think so? I was going to ask you, what do you think? Do you think that there was some official capacity to the attempt on Trump's life?
I certainly do, and I would just say this. I covered a lot of Trump rallies. I know you're all with the cool kids, so you always get the VIP to the double VIP access and stuff, but...
When I was going to the rallies, I was going to the press entrance, and that was about it.
Yeah, I'm saying, so I get the press, from Newsmax, and I have an NYPD media pass, too, so I get in, and I got some Staten Island ingenuity, so I usually can work my way through, to an even more cool place. Most of the ones I've been at, pretty much every one, I can't make a move past where the press area is, and if you even try to sniver over to where the good people are, you don't have the right color on you, you're out. So it's unfathomable to me what I've seen at rallies, that a kid could walk in weird clothes, carrying a long rifle, somehow get on a roof. It just doesn't add up.
I was in Fort Lauderdale at a Trump rally 10 years ago, and I got the dog. What did they say? Signaled or whatever. The dog started freaking out. They pulled me to the side. They took all my stuff. They had the dog sniff it all one by one. They were alerted by the dog. And I told them I do conflict and crisis reporting, so I was like, there's probably tear gas, whatever. And they're like, oh, okay, you're good. How does this kid have a rangefinder? How is he handling the drone or the gun and the ammunition without the dog dogs would know? Were there no dogs? I mean, they say the Secret Service skipped the briefing. They allowed the guy to fly a drone. And now FBI Wray is like, I don't even know what Trump was hit by. And it's just like, are you doing your job?
You also had Cheadle say that rangefinders were not among the possessions that were disallowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they let them bring them in.
They're like, well, you have the Second Amendment, and rangefinders aren't illegal. So when we saw a guy walking around with a rifle and a rangefinder, we were like, seems okay to us.
Bag. He was driving around on a bike with a rifle bag, right?
Is that what it was?
Well,
That's what
about,
Jack was saying.
When you asked that question, could have been. What about aerial coverage? They said there was no aerial coverage. Now, a good friend of mine, his dad worked for the Port Authority of New York for 40 years, handled every VIP, every president, every pope. And he said, Johnny, it's just not plausible that they don't have aerial coverage. They had NYPD, New York State Police, New Jersey State Police, Port Authority Police, all had helicopters in the air. Any time a president came to New York, they had frogmen and boats, East River, Hudson River, in the bay. He said, these days with drones, they should have had at least 3 helicopters, state police, local police, FBI, and drones. How could there be no aerial coverage?
They were letting the kid fly the drone.
That's what I mean. How could we not have one, but the shooter did?
The fact, as soon as Wray was like, I don't know what Trump was hit by, I was like, oh, he's in on it. Like, come on, are you kidding me? That's an absurd statement to make. You're the head of the FBI. The first thing you do is you collect the evidence and you're like, we know what this was. If he said Trump was hit by shrapnel, I'd be like, well, that's a bold claim to make, but at least he's got a definitive statement to make. He was like, I don't even know.
What do you think it says then that his press secretary came out and was like, yes, it was a bullet? I mean, like, it is interesting to me.
What says to me is Trump should never have hired the guy.
Yeah, but there also seems to be some, like, to me that would indicate there's some kind of weird tension, right? That the press secretary would be like, yes, can confirm was shot, even though the head of this organization is like, we don't know. I assume he would have been like, no, you guys can't put out a statement. I mean, that's kind of what the Secret Service seemed to do.
Well, the Secret Service also had been offered drones by local law enforcement, and they turned it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And by the way, Christopher Wray was a Chris Christie hire. Just so you
Oh,
know.
it was a Christie hire. He
Chris
wasn't.
Christie,
Oh, when he was, like,
Christie recommended
Interesting.
Chris Ray to Trump
see.
when he was, you know,
He was Homeland
before he
Security
went
or something?
before he went Fredo on us. Chris Christie, but Chris Ray came as a recommendation from.
But Trump hired the guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but
Yeah.
he did come to him through.
Well, I mean, yeah, Trump shouldn't listen to Christie. Trump listened to a lot of bad people. I'm hoping this time around, when he wins, hoping he's going to win, that he learned his lesson.
Agreed. There were a lot of deep state people that he let into his White House, and
And I think he thought he was playing fair.
yep.
I think Trump thought early on, he was like, look, I'll get you guys some of this stuff. I'll get you what you need, and I'll do what I want to do too. And then they turned around and they were like, we can't let him do this. We're in charge. And so they betrayed him. Trump thought he was going to play fair with these guys. You can't play fair with them. This is the thing, right? They say that if you're ever approached by intelligence for any kind of job, you're in deep, deep trouble. Because no matter what you do at this point, you're on their radar. It's just like the mafia. You get in deep, and or any gang. You get in deep, and then there's going to be repercussions one way or the other. They're going to go to you, and they're going to say, we got a job for you. And that job is you go down. Anyway, so Donald Trump thinks he's going to bring in some of these I don't know, deep state spies, and they're going to work with him, and they're going to smile, and they're going to shake his hand. Nah, they sold him out in 2 seconds for their own personal benefit.
He let these guys stay. Comey, McCabe, brought in Bolton, brought in this guy. There were monumental mistakes, and like you said, he was too nice the last time he got elected. Everybody was chanting "lock her up." They wanted Hillary to get arrested. And
I'll be
he
right
didn't-
back. kill some news for a moment, guys, while I think about this. What's up, Peppy Lapede, Shadow? I was just talking to Captain Bradfree on the phone. So, you know, once again, you know, we've shown that, you know, this is the most rigged election ever. So what Beatles has asked me to do, I don't know if we can do it. We did manage to do it over in Washoe. And it's to find out, if it's possible to find out, which candidates they targeted, okay, in Clark County. The first thing I want to see is is anything involving that the Senate race, okay? But we're first we got to find the largest county-wide nonpartisan race by which to measure this effect, okay? If any. So, like, the problem with Clark County is they don't have... I didn't see any county-wide nonpartisan races, okay? All of their county-wide nonpartisan races in Clark, like the sheriff's race and all that, like that all happened in 2022, which was rigged out the yin-yang. That's why we have the lawsuit of Lombardo versus Gilbert. Gilbert versus Lombardo. So, but there may not be a large enough election in Clark County that's nonpartisan for me to figure out exactly what they did. Okay? I'm not saying there won't be any evidence of such things, but I think it's unlikely. Okay? I do think that it's unlikely that we'll find it. The way I explained it to Captain Bradfree, it's like looking for a handful of needles in a very, very large, dispersed haystack, half of which was already eaten by the horses. You know what I mean? So, you know, maybe you have to go give the horses a colonoscopy to find the fucking needles. So, it's really looking for something that's often impossible to find at in this type of data. Now, if we just want to sit there and look for manifolds, I'm sure we could find plenty of manifolds. But we already have manifolds. We've been talking about manifolds for 4 years. I already listed the most pertinent manifolds in the 2024 primaries in Washoe. Okay? So I'm not interested in looking for manifolds or any more manifolds because I already know that they're there. Like the enemy would have to show me that there isn't manifolds at this point. So yeah, while the haystack, yeah, it's looking for several needles in a haystack that's dispersed all over the place. That's been lit on fire by F-16s dropping napalm. And half the hay was eaten by the horses earlier, and so I have to give them a colonoscopy kind of shit. And most likely a dead horse that got burnt alive by the napalm as well, that I have to give a colonoscopy. So it's like it's very difficult to find what it is Beetle has asked me to look for. Even if it exists, it's very hard to find. Even if it's in the data, it's going to be very hard to find. There's also a chance that it's not in the data. So what I'm trying to do is like figure out like, okay, well, how do I build my spreadsheet to look for what Beatles has asked me to do? Because there's a lot of elections in the 2024 primaries. There's about 220 columns. So that's probably there's probably at least 50 to 60 elections, if not more. And then you have, on top of that, a lot of candidates, right? It's also not indexed in a way that is easy to use. So I'm going to have to make my own reference sheet, everything else. There's also 150,000 mail-in votes, okay? There's a total of, I think, about 250,000 votes when you take in the early and the election day vote into account. So when I try to do a timeline search of an election, it's also going to be a very computationally intensive task that thrashes my processor, okay? And I don't know, like, by the way, what am I against? Terran, Protoss, random. Alright, let me think about this game before we think about how we're going to be looking at elections. I think I just make pure corruptor. Unless they're like all Terran or something.
We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. Spawn more overlords. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base, our allies are in combat. We require more. Our allies are
I mean, we can look on the bright side. There are only Protoss players making cannons
our allies are in combat.
instead of making units, so
We require more.
we don't have to worry about... That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a massive Zergling Nidus here.
Require more minerals.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Our target of energy. We require Our allies are in combat. We require our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. We require We require our allies' base is threatened. Spawn, our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Allies' base is threatened. Our allies' base is threatened. Allies are in combat.
This is what happens when people can't control their fucking ramps, man. Allies that have zero control over their ramp.
Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Metamorphosis complete.
Okay. Well, that's not going to work on that front. So what we need instead is to go straight to Corruptors then.
Mineral field depleted. Metamorphosis complete. Our allies are in combat. Mineral field depleted. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. We require more minerals. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Spawn more overlords. Our position. Our allies are in combat.
Look at this map hacker.
We require
He always knows where I am. He fake scans. Even though I notice in the middle of nowhere, he still fake scans to pretend.
allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' mineral field deplete. Our forces are under attack.
He pretends he's not map hacking. It's amazing.
Our forces are under attack. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are
Alright, so what I need here, I need swarm hosts to defend against this. I don't even know if that's possible.
we require
Maybe just units is good enough here.
unacceptable command.
So many fucking units, man.
Are in combat. Mineral field depleted. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. We require more men. Our forces. A commander is under attack. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in
Look at this, he fake map hack! He does another map hack scan!
forces are under attack. Allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. The Hive allies' base is threatened. We require more Vespene gas. Our forces are under attack. The Hive cluster
What are my allies doing? Why are they making ultralisks? What is Teal doing? Where's Teal's units?
Queen tumor is under attack. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Allies' base is threatened.
I should have been fucking Protoss.
Base is threatened. Our allies are in
Like, I still don't, like, my allies have no units. Like, my allies, like, never had units. So, I don't know what to fucking say about that game. I'm gonna play Protoss, that way I always have units. Like, I felt like I was fighting all four armies the whole game. Like, fucking unbelievable. The whole game, I was... did you see that? It was like I was fighting all four armies the whole game. I don't know what to fucking say. Like, I can't even complain about the game because I can't judge like anybody's performance on the enemy team or my own. Like, 1 against 4 is 1 against 4. Like there's nothing I can do about that. I didn't see anybody, like, make any fucking units. Okay, I saw one group of Banelings and Hydralisks and maybe 5 or 6 carriers the whole game. Like, that's all I saw from my team. I don't know what Teal made the entire game. I have no idea. I have zero clue. And then there was no ramp control So, like, all these blue flame Hellions ran in and were roasting workers at the start of the game. Like I don't know what the fuck to say. Because people can't even control their own ramp against Hellions. Like, that's sad as fuck. Maybe I should have went Mass Ravagers or something. Like, who fucking knows, like, what I was supposed to do that game? Who fucking knows?
Construct additional pylons. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Constructed. You have not enough minerals. You have... My life for hire. My life for hire. You have... You have... You have not enough minerals. My life for hire. You require more vestment. My meditation, we stand. Command me. For Artanis, by your will. On guides me.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Kassar, they complete embrace the glory of battle.
The Templar, march. Give us glory to the Daemon. Where shall we march? Higher shall Najakar Nina. Forward. Let your will be.
My meditation is...
Give us your combat awaits. Najakar Nina. Glory to the Daemon. To glory. Glorious combat is upon us. Faith, the firstborn shall persevere. We are of one mind.
Your allies are in battle. Kassar,
Where shall we march? Where shall we march? Lords of Najakar Nina. Glory to the Daemon.
your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Your allies not in the sea must complete embrace the glory of battle.
Forward. We
Your allies are in battle. construct additional pylons. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. Not enough energy.
Where shall we march?
Your allies are in battle.
South sky. Give us
I'll be right back. All right, so I guess we open up Clark. And I don't know, we just figure out how to make the spreadsheet. I mean, it's definitely not going to be fun. All right, so whatever we end up building here needs to be something that we can build for the future, you know what I mean? Because I don't want to sit here and just make some one-time use only engine, you know what I mean? So okay. So let's delete this. Actually, I don't know. Do we want to delete this? Yeah. Okay. So I have 249 columns, so it's kind of like God, you know what I mean? It's a lot of columns, guys. So I have to figure out a way to do this shit. Okay? Alright, so like I have a feeling my computer might crash when I do what I'm about to do. Okay, so if the computer crashes and the stream goes off, you know what happened. Okay? So what we need is some way of dynamically producing all of this information. Okay? The first thing we need to do is get rid of any null ballots. Okay? So we'll see. I'm going to put on Timcast again while I try to figure out how the hell to do this, because I couldn't figure out while I was playing StarCraft.
Go in like a crazy Victor and start throwing people in jail and you know, just wholesale cutting people out of jobs. He tried to keep the continuity of government, and it wound up really, you know, backfiring on him, if you ask me.
Would you be concerned there would that would happen again? Should he be elected? I don't like to jinx it, that's why I don't talk in like definitive. But like, if he's elected again, there would be the same kind of missteps?
I think there are people that he's allowed on stage last week at the convention that I'm not certain are, completely loyal to Donald Trump. So,
Nikki Haley.
Mike Pompeo, he wasn't always exactly perfect Trump guy. And, here he is, 50 pounds lighter, and he's got a new lease on life in Trump world. But I think he gave up on Trump a few times, if you ask me.
I think someone on this show said it, that there's a rumor that Pompeo was going around saying he was going to be the vice president.
That appears to be not true.
Not true? Well, this is before someone tried to kill the president. I think the deep state plan, and I don't know entirely what that means, deep state. I mean, like, there could be one person the math is really simple. Trump derangement syndrome is real. Some people are irrationally hateful of Trump. We know that there are people in government who hate Trump. And the question is, of all the people we've heard wishing for death on Trump after this happened, could any of them be in government? So I think even if the answer is one, there's a possibility that someone in an official capacity was aiding and abetting or facilitating whatever was going to happen to Donald Trump. I think the plan was for Trump to die and for Nikki Haley to be the nominee. They would have blamed Iran, and then we would have had war with Iran overnight.
How terrible.
Yep. And then Trump tilted his head a little bit, and whoops.
They do seem like they want to blame Iran for this. That's been
because
seeing
then
that in the background.
if Iran killed Trump, which doesn't make any sense, they'd say we have to go to war, and then you'd get tons of Trump supporters being like, yes, not all of them, but enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Iran's the deep state boogeyman, like they're behind supposedly everything, but at the same time, our government has gone to great lengths to help Iran, particularly Biden, particularly Obama, sending pallets of cash and,
unfreezing money.
Yeah, what was it?
Money.
16 billion, 6 million?
6 or 7 billion or something like that.
I mean, the main thing, I have a Wall Street background too, so I'll just throw some, money stuff at you. The main thing they did, you could keep their money locked up for as long as you want or unlock their money. Joe Biden's first acts in office were to shut down the Keystone Pipeline, to shut down leases on domestic oil production. And that basically was the debit card for Iran because their oil became worth so much more money. Trump had them in a box and they had sanctions on them. Removed the sanctions, cut back on U.S. domestic production. You make Iran and Russia rich. And that's basically the gift. If you ask me, that's the gift that he's given to Iran, is to cut back our domestic production.
Yeah.
Let's jump to this from CNBC. Trump to hold rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he survived assassination attempts. Part of me is like, please, don't do that. But I also think he'll be safe. I think it sends a strong message. And they say that Trump said the forthcoming rally in Butler will honor Corey Comperator. The firefighter was killed in the July 13th attack, as well as the others who were injured. And a couple guys seriously injured. So he's going to have this rally. Do they say when? He, on Friday, vowed to hold another rally in the same area in Pennsylvania where he survived. That is going to be the biggest rally he's ever done.
And his Secret Service just said he's not doing any more outdoor rallies. So
But this would have to be outdoor.
I assume. I mean,
He's going to... What is he going to have, 1 million people show up?
Do you think?
And
Million?
you could be sure there'll be 1,000 snipers on every rooftop from Pennsylvania.
Well, one would
I really hope that we could assume that, but I don't know.
I'm saying I would imagine there'll be a great show of, theatrics on this one where there'll be snipers and helicopters and drones. And
It's only a couple hours drive from several different major metropolitan areas. So not literally 1 million, but I'm saying this is going to be a massive rally in maybe... Trump's had 200K. What was it, in D.C. on January 6th? I think he had what did they say, 250K total?
on Wildwood, New Jersey, he had 200
Right.
and 200.
Was it 200?
Yeah, I think it was. What was
During the
that?
trial?
Was that one?
There were a lot of people.
150,
Yeah.
150
100
maybe
something.
Yeah,
in
there were a lot.
Wildwood.
He's going to have a lot of people show up.
Yeah.
Every single journalist from every single news organization is be begging their bosses to let them go cover this rally. They're going to be like, this is huge. It's returned to the site of the
Oh,
assassination.
we're already
attempt."
talking about it. Are you
I
guys
know.
going to do something? Are you going to go?
Well, Elad
This
will
cool
be
guy
for
named
sure.
Elad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elad was there, and then
Left.
like an hour
Right.
before, he was like, I'm going to go check out the Jill Biden rally in Pittsburgh, and then left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Well, he said, I've been to so many, and it felt like kind of a standard rally, and so he
Yep.
thought he'd go check out this other event.
It's like Jill doesn't do these that often.
It's this weird thing because I work with a lot. When we found out what happened, there's a moment where you're like, was he still there? Is he okay? And then because I was on Twitter, I saw that he had posted something from the Jill Biden event and was like, oh, I guess he's okay. Thanks
Guy's
to
a
Jill
real news
Biden.
hound, huh?
I think this time they're
Loves
going to
to
secure
cover
the rooftop.
protests.
You what?
This time they're going to secure the rooftop.
Yeah, I would
Only if
imagine.
they're not sloped, right? That's their biggest fear.
No, I think this time they're going to have a guy in the water tower too. That's something else I heard, that Secret Service would have somebody on the water tower,
Of course.
Yeah.
a counter
Of
sniper.
course. I have a friend who's in the Marine Reserves right now, military guy, and he told me that he's a sniper, or, a marksman. He's not a sniper, but marksman. He told me that anybody he knows that shoots looked at that landscape and says, okay, first place I want to be is on that water tower. That was number one. But then he also said this. He said, when we go train, the suckiest guys hit from 200 yards.
Yep.
He said then, when you go to 300, 400, 500, guys start to filter out. But, the best in the business are over 500, 700, 1,000 yards. But he said the worst guys in our unit hit every time from 200.
I heard they were saying that from that rooftop he was on to where Trump was, the difficulty on a scale of 1 to 10 was a 1. That it was 130 yards is any moron makes their target.
Yeah, I said on Newsmax last week that if you want to, going back to what we were saying before, if you want to entertain the thought that it was like kind of some kind of inside job, okay, it's whoever went, the Trump campaign, the Secret Service lady said the other day, Trump campaign has to give them 5 to 7 days notice before they announce a date for them to do the early logistics on it, right? So whoever went out there for the Secret Service stood in the middle of that field and said, okay, here's where the stage is going to be. I'm going to put this water tower behind us. I'm going to leave this building on the side here unsnipered, and we're going to put the stage right here. To me, that's the person that was in on it, who set the logistics. Yep. Here's the stage. We're going to make it a 125 perimeter when the building's 140. It just...
Is that what they said, 125?
Something, that was the intermediate perimeter. Right. The building was outside of it. So, if
they call it the Pac-Man of security instead of the sphere perimeter.
Yeah.
It cut out just where the building was. No.
Doesn't defies logic.
I wish we could hear more, and maybe I just haven't seen enough of their statements, but I wish I could hear more from local law enforcement because, again, Cheadle was so quick to say, oh, well, we're in charge, but also we weren't in charge of that building. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that Secret Service would give up a building. They're like, oh, local law enforcement's in charge of securing this. And then law enforcement pushed back and was like, no, we were in charge of traffic. What are you talking about? It's the inconsistency that I think will ultimately haunt America forever, right? Like the fact that we have all kinds of misinformation, lack of information, silence coming from these people. Like, again, Biden and Trump, and I guess Kamala too, like they're all actively being protected by the Secret Service. Everyone should be concerned, regardless of what your political affiliation is, the fact that this agency seems to not be able to produce an answer and also seem to avoid, taking responsibility. They couldn't put a plan together. They failed. And again, you don't have to like Biden, you don't have to like Kamala Harris, but all of our major politicians rely on Secret Service. That was true from the minute Trump left, right? He still had to depend on Secret Service to take him to the hospital and to make sure he was safe at the RNC. Like the fact that this is such a needed and like irreplaceable part of a protocol for safety for these people should have everyone concerned by the fact that we are basically hearing nothing. And when we hear something, it's inconsistent.
Well, don't forget, we're also still waiting for the full details on the JFK assassination, so it may be another 60 years before we actually get the facts, but I certainly think Tim's onto something that
But at least they
set up.
kind of had a pseudo story with that, right? Like whether or not it's accurate or whatever, they were like, it's this guy and it's for this reason. Like we don't even have that right now. They're maybe presenting a guy, they're using a picture, from when he was 16, even though he's 20 years old. Like it's all weird.
Roger Stone's still convinced that's not the guy.
Which guy?
Stone
Really?
still thinks there's another person involved.
I think it's mainstream now that JFK and RFK were killed by the intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
CIA. I think RFK Jr. I think said that on this show. Ron Paul said it. That was really funny. We were interviewing Ron Paul for the Culture War, and he's like, CIA did it, and I was like, wow, we're just there now culturally that everybody's kind of like, yeah, we're done messing around. That was the CIA or something like that. One of the intelligence agencies killed JFK. RFK thinks so. That's why it's funny that he's like, he wanted Secret Service protection. Because my attitude is kind of like, you probably want to keep your private security detail.
Right.
Especially now with what happened with Trump. I'm like, people are saying Trump should be hiring that same company that RFK was using.
Right. Maybe RFK should ask for a stipend.
Right.
Instead, you guys keep your just give me the money. Well, I'll get my own security. I don't. Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of it too is just the principle of the fact that when he requested it, summer of last year, the Biden administration was like, oh well, it's the protocol says 120 days. They probably should have gone to it anyways, but I could understand where at least that was like sort of an excuse you could use. But he kept asking for it, and then when RFK finally got Secret Service protection, we were well within this 120 days before the election window.
Well, and plus it was only after Trump was like, hey, you should probably give this guy some Secret Service protection. And Biden was like, all right.
Trump and Massey and the governor of Colorado, I mean, all sorts of people had to be like, hey, it's actually really critical now. And they were like, we've decided, apropos of nothing, that we're going to do this.
I heard a rumor, which is probably just a rumor, that RFK Jr. might or is in talks to endorse Trump. Have you guys heard this?
No, I haven't.
I had heard that.
Oh, wait, there was a thing. Yeah, we saw that today, and then it was debunked right away.
Oh, debunked, huh?
Yeah.
See, when they leaked that call, I thought that was like one of the two campaigns, like kind of pushing that narrative. But I always thought RFK was going to hang on to see if Biden dropped out, because that he would have run as a Democrat if the DNC hadn't just forced him out. That's my opinion.
The issue for RFK Jr. is that he doesn't have the advertising power that the Democrats have.
Yeah, RFK said it was fake news.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I believe it.
Well, you could believe
that leaked phone call came out between him and Trump was saying you should endorse me. Mm-hmm. So certainly talks were happening. To say that he's in talks to endorse Trump is to imply that he's considering it, but he may not be considering it, and that could be the story.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, with Biden out and Harris, are we going to see RFK Jr. improve, and he might actually do a lot better?
Well, I think he has an opportunity. I mean, he could go further to the left of Kamala and really disrupt the votes that she hopes to get over there.
What if he won? Like, what if we just, come election night, we're sitting here and we're like, wait, what? And it's like, RFK Jr. won narrowly, just.
But he's not on ballots, is he?
He's on enough to win the electoral.
I think he's on 38 states.
He's enough to win the electoral college.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Despite mainstream media being like, it'll never happen. It's a long shot campaign.
Right?
Like, I'll give it to him, right? Like he said he was going to get on enough ballots, and he did.
Well, in New York, you got 100. In New York, you need 45,000 signatures to get on the ballot. He turned in 140,000, 100,000 more. And the deep state uniparty, because the Board of Elections in New York is run by both parties, Democrat and Republican, they're challenging over 100,000 of his signatures to try to keep him off the ballot. So they're giving him hell everywhere.
But it's always Democrats, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
Everyone was remember when he first rolled out his campaign, they're like, he's stealing from Republicans. He's a threat to Trump. Like, that's just never been true.
Yeah, Trump's base, what's the funny way to describe it? Trump's bottom is solid. That's what people are saying. Yeah, Trump's got a solid bottom, He can't go lower. He can't go lower than 44%, something like that.
Are we going back to the gay stories again? We're talking about the bottom.
Someone came on this show and said Trump's bottom is solid, and I was like, well, that's one way to describe it.
Wow.
And what they meant was
Who is he?
The bottom of his polling metrics don't move. You're not going to go below 44%.
Right.
Something like that. Those people are not going to vote for anybody else, be it because they like Donald Trump, because they want to see a human Molotov cocktail, or because Donald Trump punishes the left and it makes people feel good.
Well, it is fun. It is fun watching him go after people.
There's a lot of people who are like, don't know, don't care, but they get so mad, I'm voting for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And then when
almost good enough.
We played this video this morning of a woman walking into a store with a bunch of Trump merchandise. And she's like, they're going to take away your rights, And she's like, who is? And she's like, the federal government. And she's like, you're nuts. And the lady's like, read Project 2025. I'd love to be there. Because then I'd just be like, wait, what's Project 2025? And she's like, it's what their plan is to take over the government. I look at my phone and I go, there's this actually looks pretty good. I wasn't going to do it, but I think I'm going to vote for Trump. Lady, I was actually going to vote for Kamala, but I'm a Trump voter now.
There's a
Thank you
lot
for
of
that.
stuff. Like I started reading Project 2025 when it started being, because I was like, oh, what's this about? And then my mom calls me, and she's, very lefty, and she always wants to talk about politics. And I'm always like, Mom, this is my free time. Like, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah.
Call me when I'm at work. We'll talk about it then. You want me to write me a column? But she was like, did you see this Project 2025? And I was like, what? It's 7 in the morning. I haven't seen anything yet. And she sends it to me, and I start reading it. I get like 100 pages in. I'm like, Mom, this really isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Some of this is pretty good. Are
it's
you
like-
trying to convince
it's-
me more?
And it's like moderate.
Yeah, it's moderate.
And we were talking with one of the guys, Paul Dans from Project 2025 on the Culture War podcast this morning, and I was just like, I don't think it goes far enough. Like, we want to de-weaponize the FBI, and I was like, I want to abolish it. Can we get that? And they're like, oh, we don't. And they were like, and we're not touching anything with Social Security. And I was like, oh, wow. Like, I want defunding of everything in the government. Just rip it to shreds.
I like getting rid of the DOE, and that's something my mom's
they're-
always like, yeah,
they're for that, yeah.
they're for that. Yeah, they had some commentary on that. Whenever my mom hears that, she's horrified, and I'm like, but
Why?
they're not like an old agency. What have they done? They destroy everything. Education is just worse.
But public
Here's what you
school and
do.
teachers unions are also always against school choice movements. Like with West Virginia, with the Hope Scholarship, it was always like big teachers groups, public schools are like, you're going to ruin the school. And it's like, the schools aren't doing
The schools
well.
are ruined.
Like, we should have
We're
some
trying to fix
innovation
them.
here. They're
The
not
schools
doing
are
well,
ruined.
famously. Like, why are you for this?
You want to hear a good story? I used to work for Overstock.com. I don't know if you guys know Overstock, Patrick Byrne. He's kind of one of the guys fighting against the election stuff. But there was a time in New York where they cut out this stipend that the teachers got, like $25. Well, they lost it in their negotiations. So I knew the teachers union in New York, Mike Mulgrew. He's one of the worst leftists on earth, but I knew him. And my boss said to me, tell him we'll give every teacher in the New York State Teachers Union a $25 gift card for Overstock to make up for them losing it this year, And I was like, wow, all right. I like working for these public companies. They just throw around millions of dollars. But he said, it's good PR for us, and then maybe they'll buy something else down the line. But, overall, he's a big school choice guy.
Yeah.
You should next time your mom calls you and she's like, I heard, they're in this, you should be like, well, did you hear that Trump is going to abolish the Department of Consumer Relations? And then see how your mom reacts to that news. Because, all I can think of when I hear this story from anybody that he's going to get rid of the Department of Education is, what does the Department of Education do?
It's a very good question, isn't it?
And they're like, I don't know, but he shouldn't get rid of it. And be like, okay. What if I told you?
Yeah.
Like, what if the Department of Education was like a program to take funding away from schools? Would you be for it or against it then? And they're gonna. It's just I don't know. They have no like.
They don't know what it does.
I mean, what if your mom calls you and you're like, yeah, Trump's going to empower teachers to have more influence in the classroom and really be able to do all this stuff because we're taking the federal government out of schools,
Yeah,
right?
for
Like,
sure.
you could sell this to her in a way that I'm sure she would be like,
No.
I mean, you
Yeah.
can't say the end of my sentence, but like, it's fascinating to me that it's like, no matter what, if they hear it from a pundit, they're like, well, Rachel Maddow says it's bad, so I don't trust it at all.
Exactly. If
I did get her to stop watching Rachel Maddow last year.
Congratulations, that's a big
send
one.
send your mom the Newsbusters Borders Are video. That's perfect. Where they're like, they keep calling her Borders Are. But I think the issue for the most part is for anyone's family member, you cannot tell them, well, actually, Trump's going to do a good thing, another good thing. They're going to go, no. I watch, Jake Tapper. No. You've got to break the absurdity by agreeing with them in a way that makes no sense, and just to see like where they're at in their cult mentality, like. The U.S. Department of Stonemasonry is going to get gutted, and I'm really worried about that. You better tell all your friends, and then just have them go around saying the most nonsensical, stupid things.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist.
And they don't know that, and they don't even know what the Department of Education is or does. And when this lady said, read Project 2025, she didn't. She read nothing about it. She heard some crackpot game of telephone, and then she believed it. Mm-hmm. And that's where we are, and that's who's voting.
The DOE, to your question before, what do they really do? They basically just play out the orders of the teachers' unions. Randy Weingarten, basically, the national head of the teachers' union, she basically tells the DOE what to do.
Mm-hmm.
and the local
Yeah.
unions. They bully him around. Basically.
I grew up in Connecticut, and I remember one of my high school, because I went to public school in high school, and I remember one of my teachers saying that, and I can't remember how this works exactly. Someone will be better at quoting this than I am, I'm sure, in the comments, but basically, like, to be a teacher in Connecticut, you had to be a part of the union even if you didn't want to be. So even if you didn't have any kind of involvement with them, you still had to give them money, which I think is fascinating, right? Like, it's there to support teachers, but actually not at all. It's mostly to hold you hostage.
The union guy I know, just to close that loop, he turned down $25 times 44,000 union members because Patrick Byrne was the biggest advocate for school choice in the state of Utah, and the guy said he didn't want to do business with someone who cared about school choice. So the union leader turned down millions of dollars to be split up amongst his members because he didn't like the school choice policies of the guy giving the gift, so he didn't take the gift.
It's wild to me that teachers don't like school choice so much. Like, could you imagine being a teacher and you're in this school and it's like all the kids are unhappy there, it's struggling, whatever else, or you could be a teacher at a school where people opt to go there, right? Like, they are interested, they're committed to their kids' education. Like, it would just seem like such a different environment to me.
I want to pull up this story from The Atlantic. Kamala Harris and the threat of a woman's laugh. Criticism of emotional Criticism of emotional expression has long been a weapon of choice for those wanting to cut down women in political power. And I got to say, I was terrified, actually, just a moment ago. Libby laughed as I was trying to read this, and it sent chills down my spine. Oh, no, she's doing it again.
It makes
Stop.
me cry. Stop.
Okay, Kamala Harris has that mental disorder where you laugh at inappropriate times. I don't know what it's called. The Simpsons made fun of it with Dr. Hibbert. And this is what they have to do to run interference to protect people like Kamala Harris because she is a cackling fiend.
I like that she's both the girl boss, top prosecutors against Trump, and a victim, right? Because people are mean to her.
She's got to also be.
It's
a victim.
it's
That's
crazy how she
super
can do
important.
everything.
Yeah.
I thought she was the brat now. Isn't she the brat? Isn't
She's
that
just
going on?
brat.
Oh,
No,
just
brat. It's a
not-
vibe.
Oh,
It's a vibe.
she's brat. Brat is a verb, you
It's,
say.
yeah, but it's a
No,
vibe.
it's
No,
just an
a,
adjective.
In Milwaukee, it's a sandwich. A brat,
Yeah, she is a sandwich.
There you go. Here's what they say. Look at this. Donald Trump doesn't really laugh. He smirks. He bares his teeth silently. Sometimes he folds his arms or shakes his head to register humor, as he did in a rally in Florida, blah, blah, blah. But he rarely laughs. Mary Trump, his niece, has said that Fred Trump, the former president's father, drilled into his son that laughing is to make yourself vulnerable. It's to let down your guard in some way, to lose a little bit of control. That can't happen. Oh, that's nonsense.
We shouldn't be able. The media should not be able to use Mary Trump as a credible source for anything going on with Donald Trump. Remember how she wrote that book and like obviously does not get invited to anything family related? Like, I don't understand how it could be more patently obvious. Like, she doesn't like him and probably would not give accurate information.
Mary Trump's the RFK of the Trump family. They all.
At least he's kind of cool. You know what I mean?
No, but I mean the whole family hates him,
They hate
and
him.
I would assume Mary.
This is so wild. In many recent cultures, laughter for women has been an outright transgressive act. Under Taliban rule in Afghanistan, the former First Lady Laura Bush noted in a 2001 speech, women faced beatings if they were seen laughing. And this is what is apparently, according to The Atlantic, behind men's criticism. Those who seem triggered by Harris's laugh, though, might feel the way they do for a reason. In her book, The Unruly Woman, Gender and the Genres of Laughter, the media scholar Kathleen Rowe Carlin remarks that when women laugh on film and television, they reframe themselves as subjects rather than objects, asserting their right to an emotional response. Women also laugh when they eat salads.
Really?
Yes. In like someone brought this up the other day in all advertising.
Yeah, all
She's looking at me
advertising.
like, no, he's not.
And
Woman laughing
no, it's-
alone,
it's
eating
true.
It's the
salad.
stock images of women.
Yeah.
Stock
Like,
image.
There's
yeah.
a meme about if you look up women eating salad, they're always laughing, as if
Yeah.
there's something funny about eating a salad. And what really drives me
And
is
they're
like,
always alone. They're always alone eating the salad.
and the thing is like, okay, I got to be honest. Sometimes I go out to eat with my friends, and I will laugh in the middle of my meal. But I don't pick up my cheeseburger, hold it to my face, and just bust out laughing while holding I put the cheeseburger down if someone's talking to me.
You don't gaze at the cheeseburger.
I don't
break
take a
into
fork and stick it in my
laughter.
tomato and lettuce, hold it to my mouth, and go, now finish your joke. But that's what stock photos show. So the real issue here is that Kamala Harris was probably told by some consultant, laugh. And Dude, watch her when she's being questioned, and it is the most insane thing. I saw recently. She's being interviewed, and some guy goes, "Recently, you've been criticized as the most liberal member of the Senate," and she goes, and why are you laughing? It's a real question.
It's an actual, inquiry.
I don't understand the laughter all the time, nonstop.
Was this article written by a woman?
Yes, of course.
Of course it was.
See, this is the thing. I
Also-
feel like it's just
also
female
who-
insecurity right now.
Do they say
Like,
who wrote it?
Published
We think
this
because
book, like
Right.
Sophie.
this book about
probably
women
like Random
laughing
House, probably one of the
is
top
a
publishing
problem
companies.
thing.
The thing is, like, it just to me screams female insecurity, right? Like, I think Kamala Harris laughs at a weird time. I think her laugh is kind of like somebody on the Culture War this morning called her the cackler in chief, right? Like, it's not.
Cackling
Lots
Kamala.
lots of literature and love letters and all kinds of stuff has been devoted to how beautiful some women's laugh are. She's not one of them.
Well,
And
the
then
thing
this
is-
girl is like, well, if they're laughing at Kamala's laugh, then they're also laughing at all women's laughs. Like,
Well, the
calm
thing
down.
is, it has to be any criticism of this candidate has to be reframed as misogyny and racism. That's the only chance they even remotely have. And, to be honest, it's not a bad chance. It has steered culture for the past several years. The entire Me Too movement was anything you say about women is probably misogynistic and you deserve to lose your job or you're racist.
We should call Kamala Cackling Kamala.
You like cackling Kamala?
Yeah, because as a meme, it highlights that she laughs all the time, and it'll put the seed in people's minds to pay attention when she talks because she laughs inappropriately, and then it will put some negative pressure where she'll have to reconsider this, or people will be like, "Why are you laughing?"
Yeah, she does laugh all the time. It's
Everything.
Everything.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
I agree with you.
She-
It's a form of distraction that she uses. 'Cause
Well, Hillary did the same
usually-
thing.
Yeah.
And my theory is that the consultants are telling female candidates, you can't be commanding like a man. It comes off as whingy, or naggy. So you have to come off as playful and exciting, and that's the strategy there. And I don't know that that's right, but I can tell you when AOC went on stage in the Bronx and was yelling and pumping her fist, it did not sound inspiring. It was cringe.
It was very cringy.
Yeah.
Yeah, who was she out there with? Jamal Bowman, and he lost, right?
Yeah, and then
Got
she distanced
crushed.
herself from him.
Yeah, well, because he
He's
lost.
like, I'm very busy.
Before his race, she was distancing herself
Yeah.
from him because she knew he was going to lose.
While he was polling bad.
Yep. And she knows, and that's why AOC is like, we cannot remove Joe Biden. And the next day, she's like, I'm for Kamala.
Yeah.
They all are. It's funny. On a dime, they're instantly for whoever they're told to be into.
That's what they do. They coalesce around a person. They do what they're told, and then they tell you all that it was organic.
Right. The Republicans had a civil
wasn't
war over Trump.
organic.
DeSantis, Vivek, Nikki Haley. And DeSantis was the real big contender against Trump, but that was a civil war in MAGA world.
Right. It's as organic as Kamala Harris's laugh and or that Obama phone call that we got a nice video of today, right? Where the Obamas call and endorse her and they all act like they're best buds. It's I understand that there's always going to be a certain level of like marketing and theatrics in politics, right? But I just can't imagine that voters are looking at this and being like, wow, we're being given a very genuine insight into Kamala Harris's life. I mean, it reads very fake to me, and I think that is not actually what people want right now.
Fakeness? You don't think people want fakeness?
Well, I think it's like when you have a culture that created vlogging, right? Like influencers who are constantly kind of oversharing, overexposing their lives. I think people are very attuned to when they are being sold something now, and I think they're
That's a
really,
really good
trying
point, yeah.
to sell Kamala.
That's why they're doing this whole brat thing. That's why they're doing this whole like, she's one of us, kind
Yeah.
of.
So do I have that wrong? School me on this. So it's not the brat or a brat. Brat
Oh.
is just like a state of mind, you're saying.
Yeah, it's like from this UK singer.
like a
Yeah,
Riz.
It's
Just-
it's
like
the
a
name
Riz.
of Charlie XCX's album, and it's like the term like cool girl summer or like hot girl summer, like it's sort of a like you are the girl right now, like you're
So, like,
having
it's like
a good
an it
time.
girl
you're
thing.
You got the
like-
Riz.
Yeah. Remember
yeah.
like it
Is it
girl?
like a Riz?
It's like an it girl thing.
I just learned about the Riz from my
Yeah.
daughters. My daughters.
That's why I'm trying to give you it
Your
girl,
daughters
'cause
will
that's
be able
like-
to probably better
Riz
rap than I
is-
can, but
It's like one of
it's
those.
similar, right?
It's like one of those things.
It's like a very high compliment from Gen Z right now, which is interesting because it seems to basically have been manufactured by
they would
whoever,
say
whatever
she-brat.
record company is behind this British pop star.
That's always how younger generations form culture. They're told to by older generations, and then they think they're cool because they're marching in lockstep. And
And
we,
then it turns out that the Sex Pistols were a manufactured boy band.
yeah, of course.
Heartbreaking.
I went to a skate park and I saw Black Lives Matter spray painted, and these kids think they're edgy for spray painting what Walmart told them to spray paint.
Right.
And I'm like, that's not very edgy, dude. You
My
guys-
complaint is that it's like probably a British record label, right? Like, why are
Yeah.
we letting the Brits have? And all the love to my people, but like, why do they have so much influence on American politics for the Democrats right now?
You know, I think that it's very much a natural cycle because the right, I suppose, and people of more traditional values do not engage kids the way the corporations do, and these institutions have been dominated by the left for some time. And so they intentionally target them with these things to create these slang terms, which they can then use. And it's funny to watch these videos where Gen Z people are like, oh, I'm really excited to vote for Kamala. It's like, why?
Yeah. Because it's historic, Tim. It's a historic moment.
I listened to
Gotta
some
fall in line.
an NBC contributor today. We were talking about Kamala Harris's potential VP picks, and they were like, I mean, she's looking at white men, like that's what it is. And they were talking about the swing states and stuff
Just like her
that.
husband.
Okay, but then
AOC
they said like
boyfriend.
they don't need anyone to help her make history. She's kind of already got that angle, which I thought was so funny, right? Like that's what Kamala's here to do: make history, not help our country, not to institute good policies, not to unite people, just to make history for her identity. Like that's a
My favorite
desire.
thing is how all like there's so many people like people of color or whatever who are like, oh, white people are bad, and then you look at their spouses.
Yeah,
It's like you're
AOC.
you're literally married to a white man,
Is
like
Josh
the worst guy ever.
is Josh Shapiro hetero? The guy
Yeah.
from Pennsylvania that's
He is?
saying.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
pretty sure.
is he hetero?
Doesn't he have?
He's Jewish though, right?
No, he's Jewish.
He's Jewish from
The
Eastern
media
Pennsylvania.
was saying that he can't be the running mate because he's Jewish because they would lose too many votes over
because Democrats are anti-Semitic.
I'm thinking
it.
he.
Oh, they're all racist.
They're
thinking-
racist and they hate Jews.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he could be the last hurrah for white hetero males getting, advancement opportunities. Not that we want them to,
With
but
the Israel stuff, they're never picking Shapiro.
got it.
Yeah.
I think it'll probably come down to Andy Bashar out of Kentucky and the guy from Arizona.
You don't think they're gonna go with Buttigieg?
No, I don't. I really don't. Partially because I don't think Kamala wants to be upstaged by Buttigieg. I feel like that would be
And
too
whatever
much star
kids,
power in one room.
whatever kids he's bought from.
However he's acquired them. Yeah. Do you have
Yeah.
a guess on who the VP will be?
I really don't have. I really don't have a strong sense that Kamala's even going to make it to November. To be quite honest with you, so I
Think there'll be
think
a
I think I don't know if it's going to be a challenge or, at this point it's musical presidential candidates going. And if you remember back to the primaries, Buttigieg was leading, right? And then
Yeah, they
and
wanted
then
him.
and then all of a sudden, Biden made a deal with Clyburn and Obama that that he's going to win on Super Tuesday, but he's going to do anything they say. So,
Right.
they've had him. Now it doesn't look. It almost looks like Kamala beat Obama to the punch, right? And Obama was kind of like forced into.
Yeah. I think Obama didn't want to.
He got outplayed.
Yeah.
I think he got outplayed by her and Biden, but I don't know. I mean, I personally think they're going to go with, a gay person or another minority person. I don't think male matters to them.
There's
really
a bunch
hell
of
a lot.
female governors who are kind of saying like, no, we are ready for a 2-woman ticket. I think that.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think it's true at all.
I think Mayor Pete is like the darling of the party, and they think, hey, listen, if we can any way, shape, or form rigmarole this one like we did last time, we'll get a black but not black woman with a gay guy,
But he's-
and like it's like the DEI buffet.
Well, he's transportation secretary right now, and I think we've had so many big news stories about infrastructure failures, like the bridge and the train in Ohio and all of this stuff, that like he may come with too much baggage right now. I mean, you have to kind of answer for this thing, and I don't think anybody talks about that because everyone knows it was not handled well or appropriately.
If Trump lost his life 2 weeks ago, it would have been woman of color versus woman of color. And they would have been going like, it doesn't matter who you vote for. Both of them want war with Iran, and both of them are women of color.
Yep, you're right about that.
And then Trump, you know what really happened? Because they don't want to admit this. FBI Director Wray, he doesn't want to admit this. Trump was there, and he looked over to his right, and he saw the guy on the top of the building, and he saw the guy with his keen eagle eyes, Trump saw the finger on the trigger, and then he smirked and tilted his head perfectly and went right past him, and he went, ha! It was all part of his plan.
Matrix.
That's the gag, though. When they're saying, like, he wasn't even shot by a bullet, we go the other way in the exact opposite. In fact, you saw Donald Trump raise his hand to his head when it happened. What actually happened was, as the bullet was coming, he swatted it away, but he was so fast, he hit himself in the ear, and it was actually his lightning speed which created a vacuum which sliced his own ear because Trump is too fast and too strong. That's what happened.
That's
right.
pretty funny. I
That's
like
right.
that one. It was he had
G
a
Prime
ring. Yeah.
George Alexopoulos drew the picture
Uh-huh.
right after it happened. He drew a picture of Trump going like this and swatting the bullet. I thought that was hilarious because he raises his hand to his head.
Yeah.
He's like, whoosh,
Yeah.
whip it away.
That was another great moment at the convention where Trump said, "Look at this chart. I love that chart." He said, I love that chart. I didn't really
And he
get
went
to
like
see it last time."
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the only good thing illegal immigration has ever done for our country, which is to create a reason to
Create
make
the
that chart
chart.
to give something to look at. Sorry, it was terrible delivery on that line, but
You know, what really worries me is that the deep state has gotten really bad at everything, including assassinations.
Yeah.
And I think this is actually the strong message to the people. It's maybe you like the deep state. Maybe you're sitting here saying, you know, it's good that we have intelligence agencies running things behind the scenes to keep us all safe. And then I say to you, dude, they can't even assassinate a guy anymore. They're screwing everything up.
Right.
Like, it's time for an overhaul, right? They've lost control of everything. They are winging it. They are panicked. I'm just, in my mind, watching that live stream when the bullet goes past Trump, and then he gets back up and yells, "Fight." Kamala Harris just goes, spitting out her coffee at the fact that Trump survived.
yeah. I think
Yeah, she didn't like that.
I think a lot of people didn't like it. I mean, that's why you got like Joy Reid saying it's suspicious that they let him stop for that photo op. Like, you have this iconic moment of somebody seeing people who have come to support him, like, terrified, not sure what's going on, and like offering them comfort, and you make it something cynical and bad.
I just love all these like slang terms that Gen Z uses because they're just like words made up by corporations.
Yeah.
And then they're just like, I'm gonna say the thing that other people are saying. But I'm not trying to rag on it. It's what everybody did. You know what I mean? Every generation goes through that period, and then you get a little older, and you're like, that's why I was saying that, because Interscope wanted me to say that. That's so lame. Like they have market research groups, and they're like, which T-shirt should we do? Should we do funk? Nah, it doesn't work. What about blip? Nah. Brat? Well, maybe. Let's try that one. And then they go to a bunch of teenage girls, and they're like, brat. And they're like the dolls we play with as kids. Right. And now,
Just like that.
and it works. And
Yeah.
now they're all posting it, and it's,
And
what
it's
they're
actually
into.
pretty cringe.
Brat used to be kind of an insult. Now it's kind of a compliment.
But that's the
Is
play.
that what happened?
That's sort of how it goes. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But now
The
brat.
implication is that you're arrogant, cocky, and you're your own person.
You
can do-
brat, but you cool. Kind
Yeah, bad means good. Remember that?
yeah, cool.
I
Of course
mean,
you brat.
It is funny because there was that period in the '90s where bad meant good, but now bad means bad again, and nobody says bad.
Wasn't
means
that a
good.
song? Bad
Yeah, it
meaning
was
bad. but
Michael
bad.
Jackson.
Yeah.
He had a
Bad.
whole album. Bad.
Yes, but that was literal. He was saying I'm bad. You know it.
Yeah.
And then as time went on, I was like bad, but nobody says that anymore.
Oh, people
Super
say
bad.
sick. You can say sick. That means good.
Super bad.
But even
Like loving it, like that.
I don't
Super
know
bad?
anybody who's ever said super bad as a time of a compliment. Sick isn't really even said that often anymore. Now it's based.
Yeah, people say that.
Yeah, based.
Well,
Based and
conservatives
cringe.
say that. I don't think.
No, left says it all the time.
Really?
Yeah. Gen Z leftists, especially on X, say based.
What do they say is based?
I mean, when
Kamala's laugh.
when your brain doesn't work properly, yeah, Kamala's laugh, and it's like actually that is cringe.
So it's not whack. Whack is not cool anymore. WHACK whack.
I don't know that whack. Was
I
ever
still
cool.
say whack. I think whack's a great slang
All right.
term. Like, it's just the best way to describe situations. Something
We
like
need to
whack.
come up with a slang term for Kamala that's a compliment, but it sounds awful.
You should do a poll.
She's so gargle.
Gargle.
Don't tell your kids. We're gonna read super chats, so smash that like button. 1 like equals 1 fight, fight, fight. And share the show with your friends. Become a member at timcast.com. Let's see what you got. Clint Torres is back. Howdy, people. First place. We were a little scared the other day because Clint Torres came in second place. In Super Chats. He's always first. Joe Mama says, howdy. Clint Torres says, Tim, what had more calluses than Kamala's knees? My fingers after training all night to 80s music to regain my first Super Chatter crown. Oh, are you smashing refresh? There you go. Big 7588 says, let us congratulate France on hosting the 2024 Extra Special Olympics. Ali London posted this, it's a great tweet. 1992 opening ceremony versus 2024. And it's the guy firing the flaming arrow into the basin or whatever from way up high. And I'm just like, I'm watching this clip and I'm like, there's no way he did that. That's crazy. And then you watch this one and it's just like morbidly obese degenerates, you know.
Dancing around for children.
Yeah, with children.
Yeah, with children.
Man.
Ali sent that.
Ali London posted it.
Good.
Yeah, posted it for
I had him on my show.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
He was almost removed his hardware.
Well, he
and then
said
step back at the last minute.
what he said was after he was saying after his last surgery, he stopped and thought and said, "Why aren't I happy yet?"
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he was just like, "None of this has done anything to make me happy. I don't understand." And then stopped, reflected, researched, and said, "Oh my God, this is all really, really bad." And now he's gone the other way.
I talked to a young woman who went through with the top surgery, as they call it, and had a double mastectomy, and did not feel appropriately
I'll be right
male,
back.
and started thinking about all of the other surgeries that she could do.
Hi, guys.
to
I have
make
to keep
herself
the
male,
phone
and she's
near
like,
me.
Wait a second. It's not going to do it. And now she's basically just grieving.
So at any time between now and midnight, I might be called onto a radio show. Well, I actually will be. It's not I might be. I will be. I just don't know at what time exactly. Call Caravan to Midnight. Okay. So, yeah, I sent them. Yeah, so I'll be talking today on this show at some time. I think it gives me the time here at 10 o'clock CDT. Let me convert that to my time. So at 11 o'clock, I guess. Yeah. So that's going to be happening today. So this is the picture they're using for me. It's a good picture. I guess they took it off of Facebook. I like the picture. Yeah, so at about 11 o'clock. So, I mean, but you know how these things are. You can get called earlier than they say, so... I want to try and get something useful done, though. Before I have to think about that show. So what I'm trying to do... Oh, okay, well, they give me an hour. Okay. Yeah, like, whatever the fuck. Okay. So, at least you guys are aware that that's going to happen today. So, what we'll be talking about on the show is just what happened in Nevada at the county commissioner level. We're not going to be doing that much math because it's a radio show. So, it's not like I can open up my screen and, screen share and show people math equations, okay? So, in that sense, I can't really talk about much math on this show tonight. But we can talk about, things like what's in the law. It's designed to facilitate fraud. We could talk about the NRS law. So, all right, I'll be right back. All right, so let's wow, what's on all my all right, so like slimmer trimmer version of me, yeah. That was actually at the height of my piano playing, that picture. If I go onto my Facebook, no, I know that had to have come from my Facebook, so.
Teach you. You gonna watch? Watch.
Lily is so much older now. She's like 12 or 13. Oh my god, time is flying by, huh? Anyway. Anyway, yeah, so that came back from like 2007. That's almost 20 years ago, that picture. That was at Usedan. My last big piano performance before I went down the dark side of selling drugs. That was maybe 2 years before I went down into the dark path. If I were to zoom in on this, can I even see myself? There should be a bass clarinet in this picture somewhere. Yeah, I'm right there. Jonathan Snyder, he turned out to be a great musician as he even got older. He never stopped. Do I even have a bass clarinet picture? Yeah, that's me right there. Oh, I remember that old red shirt. Casey Wiley. Jenna. Matt Davino. Good old days, huh? Whatever happened to April? Anyway. What the hell were we doing? So anyway. Yeah, I guess I should put the show on. Captain Bradford, can you actually give me the link to the show so I can listen to it in the background? So I'm not walking into the show like completely blind. Alright, where were we? So, okay, so we have to... Alright, I have this thing set up, so... What we need now is a way to... to extract an election. That's the best way to explain it. So, So I'm going to have to call the column from here. I'm going to have to call it off the reference table, okay? So I guess we'll put our operators. I guess I need a mode. And then I need, do I need ballot style? Okay, NP. Okay, this is what we'll do, look. We'll do mode. We'll do it here, look. We'll do mail, election day, early, okay? And then we'll do nonpartisan, Democrat, Republican. Okay. This gives me my 6 disjoint sets. Okay. Okay, now I have to go off the reference table. So if it says, let's say we want column, I don't know, whatever, right? Column something. See how there's 13 candidates here? So if I were to poll, let's say, these 13 races. These 13 candidates here, okay? This is going to be okay, so what we need to do is detect the mode, again, and the ballot style. Okay? So what I'm going to do real quick is we'll put that the pink boxes back in a moment. Okay? Just let me get rid of this for the moment. Like, okay, actually, I'll just put this over here real quick, okay? Okay, now I need, I have counting group, precinct portion, ballot type. To get the ballot type, again, I just have to go to the original cast vote record. There's actually a very quick way for me to test this, okay? we're going to write if this equals okay, we're going to write and if this equals n and equals n, okay, then the ballot style is nonpartisan. We're going to write -1. Otherwise, if equals if or equals 1 or K8 equals 0, then the style is a Democrat, so 0. Otherwise, if or 08 equals 1 or 08 equals 0, then it's Republican 1. Otherwise, we're going to put the word help. Okay, that means something's fucked up. So it says if and. Okay. Then it says if or K8 equals 1. Okay. So what we need to do real quick, so help me God, okay? Some of these are in text form, okay? They're not in numerical form. So I have to go put them in numerical form, okay? Okay, so what we're going to write here is we're going to write if era value then n. Okay? Okay, so now it reads the ballot style. Okay. So what we're going to do now is get rid of this garbage. Okay. I just needed that temporarily. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And then we have to run this ballot style check down. So I should be getting a Republican ballot style for my first entry. Okay. So the next few should show up as Democrat, 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 Republican, Democrat, Republican, 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 and our first nonpartisan ballot will be here on ballot number 29. Okay? Let's just make sure that works. See, I got a -1. Okay, we have another one here. Ballot number 21. So long story short, it's just looking to see if you. So the United States Senate primary is county-wide. So I'm able to look at this and tell if this is a Democrat or Republican style ballot, just by how they voted in the Senate. So if you see if there's all non-applicals for both parties, Republican and Democrat, then I know it's a nonpartisan ballot style. Okay? That's how I know that. Just going to check a few of these, make sure it checks out. Just eyeball a few of them. All Democrat. Here's a Republican. Very good. It looks like it's working to me. We're going to go ahead and accept that. Okay? And then we're going to do let's bring that over. Let's go to our original cast vote record. We're going to do this outside the sheet real quick. Hello. Oh, I didn't know I was still on the thing. The guys, I'm sorry about that. I had no idea. Anyway. Okay, we're going to do this outside real quick. So we just want to make sure this shit makes sense. So let's do sort by precinct. It's going to give me IP number. If this equals this, then this, otherwise 1 plus, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Sort by cast vote record. Okay. Let's bring that in. Okay, next thing we want to get is this. We want to get that mode number going. Okay, it's the next thing we're going to do. Okay. It's going to write if this equals male. Then 1, otherwise if B7 equals early voting. Then -1. Otherwise, if B7 equals election day, I suppose. Equals election day. We're going to do 0. Otherwise, help. Okay. So look at this real quick. Very good. Okay, very good. Very good. Delete. Okay, we're good. Alright, so now when we do an extract, okay, an election extraction, we have potentially up to 13 columns, okay. I guess, well, I guess we just pull the ballot, huh? Okay, so. Yeah, first thing we're going to do is pull the info. So we'll do offset. The reference is the original cast vote record. M7. Zero, zero, okay? Then the number of columns is given by whatever up here. So M1. So I should see 0. I should see a 1 in column 3. So let's go over to Las Vegas Mayor. Some 13 column election somewhere. I want to go to the very last one. And I see a vote here. Very good. And I see nothing but ends. What's the first time I get a vote? I get something on ballot number 150. And the vote is for the last guy in column whatever. So let's go see if we get the same thing here. And I get the last guy. Okay, very good. Now, let's bring this back over here. Okay. We're going to add additional filters now when we go to extract this. So, do I want an election day vote? Do I want early votes? You know, you get what I'm trying to say. So, what we're going to do is just... Oh, yeah. Okay, so... Oh, undervote. We should also put that in as well. Do we want undervote? So undervote. True or false, okay? Right now it's going to be false. We don't want undervotes. Okay, so we're going to put our qualifiers here. So I need I need 7 qualifiers. I also need to know the undervote qualifier. Okay. So we're going to put that in deep purple right here. Okay. Undervote. So first thing we're going to do is write sum from here to here. Okay, to Z7. Okay, you're going to get an error. Well, let me see something. Let's get our first vote. I thought I would have gotten an error for that. Okay. So you know what? It's good. So undervote carries. It actually, I'm actually happy it gives me a 0. If equals 0, then we're going to kill it. Otherwise, we're going to keep it. I have no idea what just happened, by the way. Okay. Okay, next thing we're going to do is get our qualifiers, okay? So, here's our mode qualifiers. This is going to be early, EDV, male, okay? If this equals -1, otherwise 0, okay? If this equals 1, actually there's more than that, okay. Okay, yeah, hold on. There's way more to it than that. We're going to write if and mode equals -1 and, okay, early equals 1, meaning we're allowed for it. Okay, we're going to allow for it. Then we're going to write 1, otherwise 0. Okay? And I think I don't know why is this lagging so hard? Holy shit. Bum ba yum bum bum yum bum ba da bum ba bum 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 bum. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna write if B2 equals 1, G7 equals 0. Okay, and then we're going to finally write if B3 equals 1 and G7 equals 1, then, Okay. Let me turn that on real quick. Okay. Okay, now what we're going to do is write if K7 equals -1 and E1 equals 1. Okay? And now we're going to write, and if K7 equals 0 and E2 equals 1, and finally we're going to write if K7 equals 1 and E3 equals 1. Okay, so these are my 6 disjoint sets. Let's drop that down. Okay, now we're going to get our great filter, okay? All we're going to do is take the product I can't really take the product, can I? I sort of can. Okay. So it's equal to undervote times this plus times this plus times undervote. Okay? Filter. Very good. So that works. Okay? Okay, now what happens is we're going to take this, we're going to put it over here. And we're going to put the filter, we're actually going to put the filter before everything. Okay? Okay, this is going to say sort from M7 to filter by, I have no idea. I gotta count physically. 15 by descending. The fuck do you think I mean? I wrote -1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's just, okay, it's 15. The array is right in front of me. I can see the array. This is by array 15. Give me an example. Example. Oh. AA7 to AA, whatever this number is, 2, 3, 5, 3, 5, 8. Very good. Okay, so now we have all the ballots, okay? But I actually need to sort more than that. So I only did that because I needed, like, I just want to get an idea. So 1, 2, oh, I got to count this shit out. Do I need to know more than that? No, I probably need the cast vote record. Yeah. So let's do that. Let's drop cast vote record. Okay? Again, like in this column. Just so I have a second copy of this, because I would like to include this, because this is very important. It's the most important number in the whole document. Alright, so then let's add one more column here for cast vote record. All we're going to do, we're going to do the exact same thing, okay? We're going to take this argument, delete it, okay? And what we're going to do is replace it with the exact same argument, but we're going to start with M instead of N. And we're going to go by, we're still going by AV. Okay, then I need sort order 2. So then, we have MM. Okay, so this is M to M. Then we're going to have +1, sort order 2. So now when I see this, like if I put a graph here, I should see strictly ascending. What the fuck is this? Oh, okay. These are the deleted ballots. Okay. All right. So now, but we haven't deleted them yet. Okay. I still might need other information. I might still need to know. Are they? Are they NP Dem? Okay, so I still might need... I still think, yeah. I need these 3 columns. Okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Okay, yeah, so that's what we do. So let's put we'll put ballot style there. Okay? We're gonna bring ballot style over as well. Otherwise I'm too fucking confused. So we're going to go M7 to blah, 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 blah. I think it's already printed out for us. Very good. Good. So I didn't have to do anything new. It was already perfect as was. All right, very good. All right, so now what we want to do is just look over this filter number. Okay, we're going to take this. We're going to do one more version here. What the fuck, man? And we don't need filter. Okay. All I need here is the data. Okay. So we're just going to go and write if this equals 0, then no. That's it. Empty. Otherwise, give me your value. It's the simplest formula we could possibly write here. Okay? And then whatever we want to do from here, we can just do whatever we want to do from here. Okay? There's nothing pressing from here. It's whatever we want to do with the election from here. Okay? But it's important that we initially extract this data. Okay? And I don't know why this should be coming up as empty. Good. Okay, so I see here, everything is ascending. If I click on, oh, that's interesting because if it's empty, I shouldn't be getting anything. If it's empty, I shouldn't be getting anything. I don't understand. That was the whole point. Excel only graph non-empty data. Stop Excel from graphing blank cells. Oh, NA. Okay, I see.
I was very used to being woken up 3 times in a night sometimes, and then wake.
So I'll undo that. What we're assuming is how, or click on this button, hidden in a column called in the chart, C4. Those empty text strings in my chart, an A error. So instead of returning this empty text string, and if I copy this down, I get an NA.
Okay. Good. So now if I graph this, I shouldn't see anything. Beautiful. That's all I wanted in life. I'll be right back. So let's go ahead and just stress test this a little bit. Let's save it. And bring the stream back. And let's go ahead and just see what happens if I delete a couple of empty columns. We still probably have to fix the code a little bit. Because we're not going to always have 13 candidates in an election. Okay. So... whenever this is ready, I'll put Timcast back on for now.
Her body.
Yeah. You know what it is? It's that women are told every single day by the media that men have it better. That it sucks to be a woman. It's the patriarch. It's a boys' club. There's a glass ceiling. Women don't have this. Women don't have that. And it's none of it's true. It's all gross exaggerations. It's a lot of envy. And so then you get these young women who are like, I want to be that. I want to have the good life. And then they undergo these surgeries and do these things, and they're like, nothing has improved. And it's like, well, you ever see the story of that woman who lived as a man?
Yeah, that's fascinating. What was
Didn't
it?
she kill herself?
Nora something? She did recently kill herself.
Yeah, I think she committed suicide, and it was largely due to her experiences. She never got surgery or anything.
It was a fascinating book.
But she changed her clothes, changed her appearance, and masculinized herself in a way that she could pass as a guy. And then she was like, it was miserable. She was like, I never understood. It's just like cold, emotionless. Nobody's nice to you. Nobody likes you. And it's, for guys, they're like, what do you mean? That's how it's always been.
Yeah.
And for her, she was like, not for me growing up as a woman. And it's like, well, yeah, society loves women. Men are disposable. So it's like guys grow up drenched in the trenches and drenched in trash. And women grow up protected and sheltered. And then when the women get older, and this is funny because I know the left is going to lose their minds over this. But the research on social behaviors between males and females finds that at an early age, men have zero social market value. And that's not sexual, that's social market value, meaning what do you provide? It's nothing. They have no skills, there's other guys, and you only need one guy to have 1 million babies, so sorry, you're worthless. Women, because they're the only ones who have babies, are maximum social value at younger ages. But as women get older, then their social value declines. And again, it's not sexual, it's social. So this includes workplace value and things like this. There's an inflection point around 28 where the value of males and females intersect and the social value of women is declining. Women in their late 20s experiencing this are like, this is not fair. Why is everything so bad now? And the guys are going, wow, life is finally starting to get better. Then along come the new age gender ideologues who say, it's because you should be a man. And these women are like, yeah, men have it better. And it's not necessarily true. It's just social differences based on evolutionary biology. And some women take that up and decide they're going to try to be men instead. And it doesn't work the way they think it's going to work.
No, it of course doesn't work.
Which is true for a lot of stuff, right? Like we're describing is like that searching, right? The not feeling good enough, the internal insecurity, and like the woman you were talking to who went through the double mastectomy, like I'm actually really glad that she had that realization after just top surgery, right?
Yeah, it could have been much worse.
It could have been so much worse.
And you see videos, like Lips of TikTok posts these videos of people who went through the whole thing and they still don't feel good, you know?
Yeah, and they're falsely told, well, just keep going. Well, it's because you haven't, you know, there's more.
Right, you haven't hit your gender euphoria yet. And what everybody forgets is, like, when they're looking for that, to crest that gender euphoric wave, it's like, it's just like drugs. If you're taking drugs, you're never going to hit the euphoria you think you're looking for. It always is just going to turn around and be like, psych.
Delusive, yeah.
Wrong.
All right, Glazed Donuts says, hey, Tim, I got the perfect anime recommendation for you, Rooster Fighter. It's a manga getting an anime adaptation. The first trailer was released yesterday on YouTube. Is this quite literally an anime? I pulled it up where a rooster, like a literal rooster, is fighting demons. Because I think this is what it is. And if it is, you are correct. This is the greatest anime ever made.
There's a rooster fighting demons?
Yeah, and it can, like, I guess it can fire laser beams out of its face. So I'm excited to watch that for sure. And I will watch nothing else. Because
there's a teaser.
Yeah. Comic-Con trailer, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It is quite literally a...
Is Rooster Fighter? Is this what we're
It's
looking
literally a rooster fighting demons.
Yeah, one day ago.
That is the greatest thing ever. I will watch it.
Are you gonna get chickens? Are you on this chicken acquisition trend?
I don't know about chicken acquisition trend.
Oh, just you gotta.
I heard you grow chickens or raise.
Yeah. Well, we
somewhere around.
they make more of themselves.
Yeah.
That's what they do. You
Well, you
leave them
raise
out back, and then I don't do anything. We just put them in a box, and then we come back out, and there's more of them. So I'm like, we had to eat some of them because there were too many. They just keep making more of themselves.
How were they?
Got it.
Did you fry any?
What
You did
no.
the coq au vin, right?
We
You did
bake.
coq au vin?
We cook the roosters. We've never cooked any of the hens. The hens we just kind of let them. They're layers. They're not broilers, so they're for eggs. And then we do have some that have stopped laying because they're old, but you know they're all right. They
Keep them around.
They did their time. They get to
Sentimentality.
retire. The dudes, however, there are too many, and so there's nothing we can do about it. We could release them, or we could eat them. So we ate them, and they tasted pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't taste like store-bought chicken though.
But what is
the
the chicken acquisition?
Roosters are
story
rubbery.
that I don't know about.
I think that's why you have
hard
to
and
cook
rubbery.
them like French food. The French have
Well, yeah, we made a
cornered the
chili.
market on how to cook rooster.
We made a rooster. Allison made a rooster chili, and it was delicious, and everybody annihilated it right away. And then we did a baked rooster, and it's okay, but I guess like it's not as fatty and
Right.
it's not as good.
That's why you have to do the coq au vin, like the braised, like
I
braised.
mean, look,
in
if I had to eat a
fine-
rooster, I have no problem eating rooster. It tastes good. But if I had to choose, I would like a chicken, a hen, I should say, not chicken, because it's all chicken. You know? But hens are much better.
I think a lot of people, especially during like post-COVID, but you know it's probably going on for a long time, are a lot of people have started, you know, getting their own chickens and being like, well, I can just have my own eggs, and it's sort of that like return to independence in a lot of ways. I don't know if Staten Island would be, you know, interested in having a backyard chicken farm, but
I bet there's some Staten
there
Islanders who
probably
have
are,
chickens.
right?
There's
I'm
rooftop.
sure there are, but
There's rooftop farms all over Brooklyn, and people have chickens and stuff. Like that is happening.
This could be you.
Yeah.
she must be talking about, you know, the all the new upcoming parts of
Yeah,
Brooklyn.
Greenpoint.
Yeah, exactly. Where all the prepsters are, you know.
Yeah. But there's some of that going on.
$5
in
million
Bay Ridge and
brownstones,
stuff, too, you
yeah.
know.
Mavro,
Staten Island, we go to Boston Market, you know.
Mavro St. John nails it with the super chat. He says, I messaged years about, you mean years ago, about the left and the right were like the Horde and the Alliance. Congrats. Sylvanas is about to burn down the world tree, and the Horde is going, yeah, but why would she do that? I completely agree with that analogy. That's true.
Yep.
Isn't it exactly like Sylvanas burning down the world tree?
I don't
You
know
know?
what that is.
Oh, man. All right, well, where do we begin? So Sylvanas is, what
The
is she? She's
biggest evil.
undead. Is she a lich? Basically, she's, she was the, I'm not going to get into it. World of Warcraft, by the way.
Is it World of Warcraft?
Yeah,
is World of
Sylvanas is the
Warcraft.
Banshee Queen, and she was she raised by the Lich King, and so basically she's condemned to hell for eternity, and she burns down the world tree, which is what is that? Was that Darnassus?
Teldrassil.
Teldrassil, right?
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, is Darnassus the right name of the city in Teldrassil?
I don't have that information.
Yeah, and then it's been a while, but she shatters the veil between realities, and then conspires with the I don't know. You guys, I haven't played World of Warcraft since that Shadow whatever came out. Legion was the last one I played, so I only know this tangentially.
I haven't played World of Warcraft ever. So all the cards you're saying right now and names, my brother Todd would probably.
Well, they're not.
thrill.
They're characters, and there's no cards.
Oh,
It's like a video. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
computer game, right?
Yeah, it's an RPG, open world MMO RPG. So
I thought it
also-
started out years ago with the Warcraft with the cards. And
no.
trading.
Warcraft was a overhead view strategic game, the first Warcraft, where you build barracks and you have peasants and peons who go and cut down wood and mine for gold, and then you build an army and you go to war with each other. And then World of Warcraft, I think they did Warcraft 2, 3, bunch of expansions. World of Warcraft 06 became an open world where you played a single character RPG. And then they made Hearthstone. It was like what, was it late 2000s? And that was a digital card game,
God.
which wasn't supposed to be around that long. I'm assuming it's still around. Yeah, I played for a while back at. Adrian Curry says, "I still play and I am not shamed," but I don't know how you still play. It was one thing when you started back in 06 and you got from 1 to level 60, or I think it was level 40 was the first level cap or whatever. I don't remember. But level 60, and you had a game to play. You had zones to go through. There were people of various levels, and you could interact with them. And some were too strong, and it was fun because you're like, I'm a level 27 rogue, and I go into this area, and there's a 35. I'm Alliance, and there's a horde, and he's gonna kill me. I'm a PvP server. Oh, it's so much fun. Then you get to end game, and you're strong. And I would always love playing the rogue and going into Orgrimmar because I'd play Alliance, and then I just mess with people because I have like a super strong character, and they'd be like Alliance, and then they fight you. And then the expansions came out, and it was like, okay, 10 more levels. Now to the point where it's like they had to race at the levels because the game's been around for too long. They need to make a World of Warcraft 2, get rid of all the old stuff and say we're starting fresh with a new game, and everyone starts over at the beginning. So much bad stuff broke the game. The economy is totally ruined because of the size of the universe. Now it's just like you can start the game off and instantly level up to the top to play with your friends. So there's no economy anymore. So now it's just like there's no point. There's low. I haven't played in a minute, but at a low level, you can say like mine for ore, and then increase your mining ability, and then you have the secondary classes. But now none of that matters because you instantly level up to the top, instantly get access to a lot of money from the dungeons you go to or the instances. Then you go and buy the resources from someone else, and they're all ridiculously expensive, and you instantly level up. It's boring. It's just massively boring, and so I abandoned it.
Pay to play, it sounds like.
I mean, sort of, but not really. It's just there's nothing to do. It used to be you started the game, you're level 1, and you're like, oh man, my friends are going to help me, we're going to level up, and I'm going to go on these adventures. And now it's just like, I started the game, I pressed the button, I'm level 50, and now I'm bored.
Do you have
I just
to
doesn't.
pay to
It
get
lost
to
it.
level? Do you have to pay to get to level 50?
When you buy the game, you get an option to create a character to jump to a certain level, so that you can play with your friends. Because they were like, well, if someone's level, I don't even know what the max level is right now. What is it, 70? Let's see. What is this? Adrian Curry says, no one in the room understands, which makes this beautiful. I liked it. They released Classic, which was the vanilla OG. That was fun. And then, I don't know. It's just...
My brother played World of Warcraft. I was really into it. I mean, it's just never something I was into, but maybe that's... the thing is, for computer
2006,
games,
man, that was
I
amazing.
only ever got into, like, Sims and Sims 2. But that's effectively a virtual dollhouse, so I'm just very feminine, I guess.
It was massively fun in 06. Unquestionably insane how fun it was. Massive communities, 40-person raids, exploring. And I loved glitch hopping and breaking into areas of the map that weren't yet released. Just endless amounts of entertainment. And then they were like, people are saying a level cap 70 now. So you used to be able to glitch hop, break into areas that weren't developed, and be in these weird, devoid landscapes. And then they were just like, we don't want anyone doing that. And they got rid of that. And I'm like, well, that's lame. You could find ways to glitch on top of places you couldn't get to, so you'd be standing above people and they couldn't get to you. And they're like, we're going to get rid of that. Then they introduced flying. And all of a sudden now you can just fly over anything. And it's like, boring.
The hero's journey, but
boring.
You get this magic of flight.
That really made it boring. All right, LeBlanc Steven says, Dionysus' cult is said to be the inspiration for the Last Supper and a lot of the myth around Jesus' life. They're insulting Christianity. That's how I take it. Okay, what have we here? Casually, Trevor says laser pointers are amazing. They really are. Isn't that crazy? Cool stuff. Vulture 1066 says feminists won. No female or male sport, just sport. That's right. And then there's no women.
Yeah, I wonder, suffragettes or all these, like, early age feminists, if they would look at it today and be like, we tried so hard to give you guys a place in society and you just let yourself be destroyed. Actually, they wouldn't support this. There's no way any actual feminists, like, old school age, would look at this modern iteration of it and say, like, yeah, that's what we meant. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
No doubt. I did an event with Brandon Straka. You know Straka?
Yeah,
did you guys have him on? And I covered it for him.
It's a little fucking late in the month for there to be fireworks going all over the place. It really is. Excuse me 1 second, guys. You sound like shotgun blasts. Alright, so anyway, what the hell were we doing? Yeah, put this back on for now.
And I wanted to cover the walkaway movement, you know, where they're trying to recruit Democrats to become Republicans. And there were people there that were, you know, were proudly gay and they're conservative and stuff. But, you know, this one woman was saying to me that, you know, the whole trans movement is kind of taking over all the work we did as, you know, gay people to get, like, equal treatment. Now these trans people are coming in and they're basically destroying it because it's the gay rights is now all about the trans, and it's like they're bastardizing, you know, women's rights, gay rights. It's like across the board.
Yeah.
All right, David Dorr says you got to make the cherry Amerimocracy ice cream. It could be the new Neapolitan ice cream, but make it red, white, and blue instead of pink, white, and brown. It's actually a really good idea. It could be cherry, vanilla, blue raspberry, or blueberry. And then you've got a red, white, and blue cherry Amerimocracy.
I like that.
Cherry Amerimocracy is what Joe Biden said during his speech the other day.
Cherry Merrymocracy?
He was trying to say cherish American democracy.
Yeah,
he
it
said
was
cherry
funny.
Amerimocracy.
Yeah. I like
Cherry
that.
Amerimocracy.
What are you gonna name your ice cream brand, Tim?
Cherry Amerimocracy.
Well, that's the flavor, but what's the brand name?
Not Mr. Beast.
Yeah, we never even got into that. I have no idea. How about green groundhog? There you go.
Okay. Green groundhog for ice cream?
Yes, that's right.
Not that.
Will it have that cricket protein in it?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, no cricket.
It will be cherry Amerimocracy.
Cherry Merrymocracy.
Cherry Amerimocracy. I like it, I think.
All right. Stephen Richmond says rumors have Trump currently considering the head of BlackRock for Treasury Secretary. Those second-term choices might not be much better. Rumors. Like I mentioned before, there were rumors he was going to pick Rubio as vice president, so I don't know how much weight any of these rumors actually have.
He came out today and said that he's never considered Jamie Dimon or Larry Fink, so
Yeah.
I think that's been debunked.
Yeah. All right. Jason Dixon says, I worked the police detail when Trump came to Houston. The Secret Service controls everything. We had 5 blocks locked down. They are in full control. Right. It was reported that they don't even like any other law enforcement have guns because they need to be in full account of who's got a gun and where the shots may be coming from. And if they have a guy, if they hear a gunshot and they don't got any people there, they want to know. If there's other agencies they can't communicate with, they don't want to know where those shots are coming from. But this one time in Butler, PA. Whoops. Steel Toad says the freaking venue was the easiest venue in the country to secure. WTF. An idiot on the street could have secured that venue. Regular people were screaming, he's got a gun. And the Secret Service was like, what? And they're like, that guy over there. And they're like, who? The guy on the roof with the gun. And they're like, whoa, who's got a gun? Oh, jeez. It had to be on purpose.
45 minutes they had eyes on the guy. Literally.
3 hours they spotted him. 3 hours
Yeah,
before.
but I'm saying, Cheadle said the other day that at least 45 minutes before the rally even started, they had him as a suspicious person. And a buddy of mine who just retired Secret Service out of Philly told me when they have somebody they think is suspicious, and sometimes it's just somebody who's a little wacky, they put a body man to that person.
This is what I kept asking. Why was there not a plainclothes officer following them around?
My buddy told me that when they think somebody is suspicious, not a threat, suspicious is one level down from threat, they put a body man to him and say, all right, listen, Junior, go follow that guy around for a few hours, for the next hour, check it.
And they don't release, if there's a threat, they don't release the person they're protecting from holding. Dan Magino pointed, they have holdings on, they say, oh, hold on, we got a threat, and then Trump would be late. And Trump's late all the time, likely for this reason. But this time they were like, there's a threat, you're fine. Or they claim they didn't know. Someone who did logistics said, there's no threat, you're fine.
Yep.
They withheld that information. Let's grab some more super chats. What have we here? Mark the Shark says, as someone from CT, I can attest to what Hannah said, Hannah Claire. Born and raised in CT and now in the Marine Corps, had to leave that state to live a better life.
Yeah, Connecticut's an interesting state. I mean, I grew up in a really beautiful area, and I'm really grateful for the life that, like my childhood and stuff there. But, most of the people I know moved away or moved somewhere else. There's not a lot of industry. It's similar to West Virginia and Maine since it's got an aging population. It's got really high taxes. It's sad that this is sort of what you have to watch happen to places that would otherwise be, nice.
Nice places to raise a family.
Yeah.
A lad who ate 4 dozen eggs says Kamala is the DEI Joker. Agreed.
It's on the money.
Gandalf the Based says, Tim and team, I think I sit with Vivek on how we fight Harris. We can't focus on DEI, we need policy. We can't act like she's easy to beat. I literally can't afford higher grocery bills. I agree. The people who are like, haha, we're going to win. It's like, dude, shadow campaign. Okay. They're going to universal mail-in voting college students who are going to be like, I'm voting for who? What? And then the election results are going to come in. They're going to be like, look at this. A blue wave of young voters won Kamala. The Gen Z memes, like we said. Remember during 2020, they said the red mirage. They said on election night, there's going to be a red mirage. It's going to look like Trump is winning. And then later on, they're going to count the mail-in votes and actually Biden will win because they're telling you what they're going to do. Right now they're saying Gen Z is all about Kamala. You look at HAVV, Help America Vote Verification, where are these signups coming from? Joe Biden signed an executive order, I think it was March 7th, 2021, saying the federal government is now going to register people to vote at the state level. And several states were like, hell no, you're not. But they're doing it everywhere. So the registrations we're likely seeing are college students that are getting registered, whether they know it or not. They're going to get a universal mail-in vote. A ballot harvester is going to collect that. And then come election day, they're going to be like, remember when we said Gen Z was coming out in droves for Kamala Harris? Look at the results. Wow, we told you this was going to happen. And then Trump's going to be like, how did this happen? I can't believe it. We were looking at the illegal immigrants. We were looking at what they were working on. And somehow we still lost. And it's going to be like, yeah, because, dude, the Republicans are totally inept, completely incompetent. I don't understand why we've brought up the HAVV story over and over and over again, and the answer all the time is like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Members of Congress, an AG, it's like, I have to look into it, I guess. Mm-hmm. And it's like, man, this story broke 4 months ago. And unless they just don't have it in them. Say love you. All right, John Clark says, where can I purchase the Step-on Sneck skateboard like the one behind Miss Hannah Claire? I would like one. The Google machine can't find one. Oh, they don't exist. I think we did have some, and we gave them away at a special giveaway. And we are currently now waiting for whatever reason. I'm going to tell you, what makes me angrier than everything else in the universe is that we have all of these projects that are being held up by other people. And I'm not.
That's the worst when that happens.
All of it. So, like our coffee shop, permitting. It was supposed to be done in June. It was supposed to be done in March. It was supposed to be done in December, November. And it's just like every single step of the way, there's something trying to just jam it up. The skateboards, for whatever reason, we've been waiting months. I have no idea why. And it's just like the first orders we put in, sorry, those are delayed. You'll get them when you get them. I'm like, what's happening? Is like the economy crumbling? Maybe. I guess it is. And we have a new company that's pretty good. And we're like, we'd like to get these boards ready to go. And they're like, okay. And then like a month later, like, oh, sorry, we didn't get back to you. And I'm just like, dude, I'm so sick of all this stuff. But we plan to have these boards available on the Boonies website 5 months ago. So, there's that. And then we can sell them and people will buy them.
That's crazy. Is that how that works?
Yeah. Until then, we're just stuck waiting for all these other third-party vendors, and it's really annoying. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We got some, everybody's trying their hardest. I'll take what I can get. But we'll wrap it up there. So, my friends, smash that like button. Subscribe to this channel. Share the show with your friends. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. You can become a member at timcast.com to support all of our work if you really do like it. And we need your support to keep things going because we operate off of memberships. It's how it all works. So again, smash the like button. Johnny, do you want to shout anything out?
Just listen, keep doing what you're doing, brother, because we need more voices. I know some of the commenters are having fun with my accent and my background, but I think we're common in that we speak, people speak.
Yeah.
And we need more people like us. So God bless you. What you're doing, ladies, you're fantastic. Keep up the great work. And
where can they find you?
I'm on Twitter under Johnny Tobacco. I'm on Newsmax every Saturday night at 10 p.m. And
It's Tobacco. It's T-A.
T-A-bacco. Yeah.
Because I searched tobacco, and I'm like, where's that?
Yeah. Surgeon General says I could be hazardous to your health.
There you go.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Thank you, Tim.
Glad to be here tonight. I'm Libby Emmons. You can find me on Twitter at Libby Emmons. And of course, you can check out what we're doing at thepostmillennial.com and humanevents.com.
And it's been so fun being here with both of you. Libby's always fun to have around, and I'm glad that we can meet in person. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for scnr.com. That's Scanner News. Check out all of our work at Timcast News on the internet. I'm also on the internet at Hannah Claire B. So thanks for everything you guys do. Have a good night.
We'll be back. We got clips throughout the weekend. We're back on Monday. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you all then.
Shield battery pretty good. There's definitely an upper limit to gateways, though. I think he's adding on even more. We're going 26 gateways. You can tell that maybe the tournament jitters are coming into the mix, too. Showtime is ready to swarm his opponent, but that is a lot of gateways. I mean, for this to be the opening of the battle we're finally building up to, where we charge at a gas geyser and a bunker, I'm not in love with it. Okay. Yeah, no, this is not the engagement, Showtime. You may just have the numbers, but he's going fishing with his balls again. It's one of the weird curiosities of Protoss players. They just dangle their bait and hope that the enemy units run into it. Kind of worked there. We got a whole lot of SCVs, 9 of them in total. Are we going fishing over here at the front too? I think we are. Oh, here we go. Got the sensor tower. The sensor tower is actually kind of nice. Gumiho doesn't really have a whole lot of command centers yet. He's trying to fly one towards the 12 o'clock position. Good scout right here by the Showtime man. Very good. Ooh, anti-armor missiles. Wonderful here. That is going to buy a bit of time. Planetary. So we're not going to jump on that, Showtime? I feel like we should jump that. Yeah, I sometimes get a bit uncomfortable casting, well, for example, Showtime games, but Stats does some of this too, where you're like sitting there, you're like, aren't we just giving Gumiho so much wiggle room? Honestly, this concave is not bad here for the Terran player. We have a gajillion gateways, so yeah, at least we can instantly remax. I think it's about the best case scenario for Gumiho, to be honest. Couple siege tanks coming in from the side. Zealots at the front still forcing those siege tanks as well over there on the left to deal friendly fire. Okay. Yeah, aren't we just giving Terran a little bit too much time, right? It's like Showtime has got his opponent in a headlock, but rather than just going in, he's just sort of hoping his opponent is going to tap out at some point. It's like the slowest. It just feels so dangerous to me to play it out like this. Evidently Showtime has tried it, right? Like he's been playing like this for over a decade. He knows what he's doing, but he's still very far ahead, by the way. So, yeah.
Like how woman can now mean, you know,
whatever you want it to mean.
Penised man.
Well, Jack Pasovic nailed it with his question. He says, if it's good to be
like how woman can now mean, you know,
whatever you want it to mean.
Penised man.
With TD Complete Checking, Gina's ready to live her best life.
Joe Biden is set to speak in about 2 minutes to address the nation from the Oval Office over his decision to quit the 2024 race. So we're getting started just a little bit early so we can catch us on time. We've got a bunch of other news, of course. There were big riots in D.C. Anti-Israel protesters tried storming the Capitol complex. We call that insurrection. But we'll talk about this and a whole lot more, especially we've got Kamala. Apparently, the media is claiming she's great with Gen Z. Yeah, I don't believe it. And then we'll talk about how the media is claiming she's not the border czar, despite the fact that the media is the one who called her the border czar, because the gaslighting has begun. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel. Go to castbrew.com, buy Cast Brew coffee to support the show. Go to timcast.com, click join us, become a member to watch the members only uncensored show. Tonight, to join us and talk about all of this, we have Rachel Wilson.
Hello, I'm Rachel Wilson, author, researcher, shill for the patriarchy. Glad to be here again.
Right on. Well, thanks for hanging out. Ian's here.
Hey, bye. Bye. Hey, bye. See you later. No, I'm. Thanks for having me, and everyone in the audience that is giving me all this love. I really appreciate it. I love you too. Thank you so much.
Are you preparing us for Joe Biden's speech right now?
Yeah, we'll know if it's pre-recorded if it starts on time. That's what I said.
Yeah, so we should get started. I'm Hannah Claire Brimley. I'm a writer for SCNR.com at Scanner News. Check them out.
All right, so now we tried to get to that early because, you know, when Biden announces, when they announce like an 8 p.m. address or debate or whatever, we're trying to go through like 3 minutes of the introductions to the show and then starting. But Hannah Claire was like, this will be the first, or what do you say, this is the first time they'll be on time?
Yeah, I think he's ready to go. He's trying to retire.
But then Ian made a good point. It's funny, but it's true. Yeah. So if in the next minute this starts and Biden's talking, pre-recorded, no question.
I think so, yeah.
So as we wait for the official statement, we do have this, and we'll get this going. White House claims Biden did not quit race for his health. Made decision in short period of time on Sunday. So I love this. The Daily Mail reporter who was on the Air Force One jet said that he looked deathly ill, and they were rushing as fast as possible to get Joe into COVID isolation.
Interesting.
Yeah, I do not believe that for a second. They were rushing because it is believed that he was suffering a mini stroke.
I think you mentioned before that they've been pumping him with so many drugs, or at least it seems like they've been pumping him with so many drugs that when you come down from that, you look like God, like hell on earth.
Yeah.
That has overcome you.
Especially at his age, to be on all that kind of stuff, it stresses the circulatory system and your heart and like all those uppers. So
and they have been hauling him everywhere too, right? Like when he said, "I'm tired from travel," I kind of credit that. I mean, he's in his 80s. I'm sure it's not easy to be sort of dragged everywhere by your crazy staff. The thing about Joe Biden is, you know, I just want to know what happened between Saturday night when his campaign was still messaging like, no, we're in this race, and when he released the statement, or you know, the hour before when they released it. Like, what conversation could he have possibly had that was like?
There was no conversation. No, we know what happened. Joe Biden had been adamant he would not drop out. Schumer, Schiff, leadership, they were like, you got to go. And then Saturday night, some fine gentleman from the FBI showed up and knocked on his door, and they handed him a manila envelope, which he opened, and it's just a picture of JFK. And then he was like, I'm dropping out of the race. And they were like, oh, what a coincidence. And then left.
See, I just think Joe Biden's so arrogant. He'd be like, no, that would never happen to me. Like, he was delusional with the idea that he would just be this, like, 8-year president. I mean, he really clung to that like no other. It's almost like a mythical thing how much he believed he deserved another term.
Maybe arrogant isn't the right word. Maybe his brain doesn't work, so they hand him a manila envelope, and he opens it. And there's a picture of JFK, and he's like,
too subtle.
I can't see it without my glasses. Let me. What is this about? And they're like, well, you need to look at the picture. What's the picture of? Sir, just look at the picture. Oh, here we go.
My fellow Americans.
Right on time.
I'm speaking tonight from behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, surrounded by portraits of extraordinary American presidents.
He's not even looking at the camera.
Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think is more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union. It's not about me. It's about you.
They couldn't have put his teleprompter on
Your
the same
family.
level as the camera. Come on,
Our
team.
futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that. And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point.
Wow, he's reading for
One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that? Does character in public life still matter? I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I know this, we are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth. And the truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much.
Cherry?
We
The
cherish.
cause of American democracy itself must unite to protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy.
What? So run
That
again.
includes personal ambition.
Well, he's a martyr, team, so.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
Called it, Hannah Claire. He said he would
You
say
know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. But there's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices.
Kamala Harris?
Yes,
Question mark?
younger voices. And that
60?
time and place is now.
60?
Over the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president.
I was
That means
hoping
I'll
you resigned.
continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence or any violence ever, period. I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence.
he's gonna skeet.
Our planet from climate crisis.
I hope he says
It's an
Biden out.
existential threat.
Biden out.
And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot.
What?
So we can end cancer as we know it because we can do it. And I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform
Oh.
because this is critical to our democracy. Supreme Court reform.
What?
You know, I will keep working.
What does he mean
to
by
ensure
Supreme
America
Court
remains
reform?
Strong, secure, and the leader of the
Whoa, what are they gonna do? Pack the court? Whoa, what does that mean? What? Dude, what? Dude, what? Well, what does he mean by... okay, I bet CNN actually tells me the truth on this one. Because they're Biden's mouthpiece. What the fuck does he mean by that? All right, I'll just click on Fox then. What? What? What do you mean by critical for democracy? We live in a republic. Like, you notice how much they keep saying in mainstream media? Like, they keep saying, we are our democracy. It's like, we're not a democracy, we're a fucking republic. It's not semantics. It's literally not... It's literally not semantics. Like, they're literally trying to keep saying the democracy over and over. Captain Bradford, can you give me the link to that, please? Alright, so anyway, we have this set up for tomorrow. Let's let me put some access titles. And then we'll be good. Okay? So, percentage of all ballots in T in set T counted, ordered as they were processed. Okay? We don't know what this is. It's just like a very generic engine. I just put a random election and a random A, B, C, D from the election. I'm just trying to make sure that this shit is ready to rock and roll. Okay? Then I guess we'll put percentage of alpha, beta, gamma, and zeta ballots counted. Okay? Bum 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 yum bum 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 ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ba 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 ya ba bum 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 ba da ba 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 bum ba 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 da bum ba da da bum 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 ba 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 da ba 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 da 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 bum 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 ba da da da. Bum bum ba dun 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 bum 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 ba ba da bum ba da da ba 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 da ba da bum ba da dun 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 bum da da dum ba da da dum ba da 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 yum ba da dun 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 ba yum bum ba da dun dun bum ba da ba da. Bum 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 Alpha beta dun 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 bum 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 dun 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 dun. Dun 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 bum 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 ba da dum ba da da dum bum bum bum. I have no idea where to listen. I just want to let you know I have no idea. Could somebody please give me a link on where to listen? Alright, so, like, this looks good to me. Like, whatever this engine is, I'm gonna do one more save as. Okay. And... browse. Clark. County 2024 CVR ballot timing engine. Okay? So I'm going to name this file. I think overall this did quite well. Yeah, well, I'm actually going to be on this show tonight, so if anybody can just give me a link to this, that would be great. Otherwise, they're going to call me at a random time. And I'm not even going to be, like, ready for it. Like, I literally don't even know, like, what link to click on. Like, I have no idea. Somebody please help. I have no idea. Maybe it's caravan to min. Oh, let me look at my email. Like, I have no idea. Like, what the fuck to click on. Okay, it does say, it says Arc Midnight. Okay. So, like, it should be here. Arc Midnight. Okay. So it's definitely Arc Midnight. Oh, maybe I click on this. Right? I have no idea, guys. Listen live?
Did you know that dental implants are frequently the best treatment?
Hopefully it's this. I'll be right back. I have no idea like what to click on. I just know that they're gonna give me a phone call, and then I'm gonna start talking. Oh, okay, it's on Rumble. Okay, Arc Midnight Rumble. Like I have no idea like what the fuck I'm supposed to be listening to. I don't know what to click on. Okay, thank you.
Best and worst dinner for your waistline. Sweet potatoes. Try to find the purple sweet
All right,
potato.
we're gonna
They're
close
the
this
highest
file
level
for
of
now.
polyphenols you can find. Pasta. Well, pasta, unfortunately, is basically pure sugar, and we store that as fat. Corn.
Don't boil or fry another egg.
Alright, I
before
assume they're not
listening to
calling me like anytime soon,
bodies are nearly
so I should be okay. Oh my god, that's fucking loud. Alright guys, I'm gonna close my stream. I guess whenever I come up, okay? I'll see you